Good morning. Welcome to day 2 of the Karen Reid trial. Good to see you, Pauline. You are bright and early. We are already getting live pictures of the fan, so it should be any second that that things commence. For those who don't know, I've gotten hold of the 4-page autopsy report of Suzanne Morphew. You can see the 4 pages in the video that I've just posted. So if you like, you can watch that while we're waiting. A couple of things that are interesting in that autopsy report is they say this report may be updated if there's further information. It also notes that there was no damage to the bicycle or the helmet, which I think is expressing their opinion on, I guess, staging. Maria, good to see you as well. I'm a little bit sad today because I woke up and immediately got to work on that autopsy report. So I haven't really had a great morning. I would have liked to have gone to the beach. I would have liked to have gone for a swim. I would have liked to have gone for a run. But as far as I know, today is a half court day. So I think trial isn't just until 1 p.m. I read that. I still need to confirm that. But if that's the case, then I can do all those things this afternoon. So let's see what happens. This is the source for that information, Boston.com. It says today's session will be a half day and run from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. So that's the situation. I wonder why that is, though. I wonder what the reason is for a half-day session. Queen Boudica, good to see you as well. So we sort of finished off yesterday with the body cam, or just the dash cam. I think it was actually dash cam taking us right up to the victim lying about 12 feet from the road, but much closer to the road than to the front door. We also saw Karen Reid literally running around. She was the only one who was running around. And what we're going to probably get now, Dan, good to see you. We're probably going to see in the beginning of today's trial, the beginning of day 2 will be cross-examination from the defense of the police officer. Now, we know the first 2 witnesses were left alone. No questions were asked. Probably the first thing they're going to try and do is establish a connection between the police officer and the residents of the home. Do you know the people who stay here? Do you what's your backstory? That whole thing. And so, what do you think the answer is? Because he did say he had never met John O'Keefe, and there was apparently no familiarity with John O'Keefe. Thanks a lot, Dan. If it is Dan, I've got a feeling Dan isn't Dan. Mr. Betts says perhaps Suzanne will finally get justice. Rest in peace. So I don't know if you guys know, there is going to be a memorial service on the 11th of May at the Poncha Springs Town Hall. People are encouraged to bring a dish. I'm trying to remember what it said exactly. A pot something, not a pot roast, something else. And then everyone's going to go from there to Moffat, where they're going to plant a tree and flowers in that sort of area where Suzanne was found. Potluck, that's it. We're now at 9:07. I wonder what's taking so long. By the way, what is potluck? I am a Dan. Dan, you very cryptic. What is potluck? Does it just mean bring something to eat? Okay. I believe that Barry's brother said something along the lines of, if you're innocent, well, then you really need to step up and, contribute to the investigation, contribute to the efforts to find justice for Suzanne. If you think about it, that is quite interesting, is that you would think if he was innocent, even if there were some people who suspected him, it would be water off a duck's back, because he said he loved Suzanne. And I suppose you could also argue that if he knew she was having an affair, that would jaundice his feelings for her, and maybe anyone wouldn't be that interested. I suppose one could make that argument. Okay. Approaching 10 minutes past. Well, I hope I'm not going to have to make small talk for too much longer. Mr. Betts says Barry won't show up at potluck, couldn't even claim Suzanne's remains. So a big question is, why are her shoes missing and her feet bones missing? Is that due to something natural or something else? Karina, thanks for joining us. If you are joining us, just a reminder that today is just a half-day session. It is from 9 till 1, and then I guess day 3 will be on Wednesday. That'll likely be a full day session. So I was speculating in my last video, the feet aspect. Could that be because her feet protruded out of the grave at some point due to weather? Could that be due to animal interference? Or is there some other situation? I don't think it is something like dismemberment, because the autopsy is quite clear. If you read the whole document, it's quite clear that they say there was no traumatic injury. They couldn't find any traumatic injury, which means no bullet wounds, no stab wounds, no dismembering, I guess. No socks either. Something that I don't really like about saying that she was wearing bicycle clothes is they don't look like bicycle clothing to me. I'm a mountain biker. None of that is that typical kind of mountain bike garb. And we've seen pictures of Suzanne wearing mountain bike clothing, and it's kind of matched clothing. And to me, I wouldn't call it biking clothing. That's just my opinion. Earth says, I've just watched the latest Suzanne video. What are your thoughts on that, Earth? Another thing that I'm not sure about, caffeine was apparently found in a system, that's according to the defense. I don't remember seeing it in the autopsy report, but caffeine is sometimes associated with ordinary sort of medicines, medical compounds. And it could be part of the constituents of the tranquilizer, as counterintuitive as that sounds. So I don't know whether that's the case, or whether she did have a cup of coffee. It just seems so unlikely that caffeine from coffee would go into her bone marrow. I just find that quite unlikely. Well, how much longer do we have to wait? Eric said, I saw some pics of John O'Keefe's body, had some serious cuts on his arms, I think it was. Yeah, what is quite strange with John O'Keefe is that he has no injuries to his torso, which definitely is strange. Corinna, what time is it in Austria? I'd imagine it's about 2 o'clock, midday. Um, Maria asked me if I'm in Myrtle Beach. I'm in Myrtle Beach. I'm not here investigating a case. I'm here just to kind of be settled and, report on this case. Okay, 3:15. And then I am going to be leaving for Florida, where I will be looking into Madeline Soto. I will be going to the fabric of the Casey Anthony case, and also where the laundries live in Northport and that reserve, just out of my own curiosity. And then I'm not quite sure what I'm going to do from there. Whether I'm going to attend a rocket launch at Fort Lauderdale. Um, uh, that's on the 6th. That's on Monday, and then I'm not sure if I'm going to go from there to Tennessee or what I'm going to do. I'm thinking about attending the um, memorial service for Suzanne in Colorado. That's the 11th. Um, so I'm certainly considering being there for that. This is kind of an unusual trip for me because I usually have everything completely planned before the time, and in this case, I'm kind of making it up 5 days ahead of time instead of 2 weeks or a month ahead of time. At this point, I don't even know if I'm going to return as scheduled about 3 weeks from now, or if I'm going to stay longer. I'm just not sure. I guess we'll see. I'm supposed to be in Tahoe in the middle of the month, and then I guess I'll decide what I can afford to do from then on. Come on, guys, let's get the show on the road. It's 9:15 already. I don't know if Debbie is watching, but someone has offered to gift me points at a Wyndham resort in Florida. So I just want to say thank you to you, Debbie, if you're watching. I really appreciate it. It definitely makes my life a lot easier. It's in the Kissimmee area, which is sort of where Madeline Soto uh, disappeared and was later found. I'm also curious about Sebastian Rogers. I mean, that's an unresolved case. That boy has been missing since February, late February, and we almost into May. So, that is an ongoing disappearance, unsolved case. So I kind of want, I feel like I want to go to Tennessee and sniff around there myself. I don't know if you saw, what's his name? Chris Proudfoot on Web Sleuths. He seemed a little angry, a little aggressive. Tim Orebi, Timmy is in really good hands. I was sent a picture of him snoozing on my bed, so he is definitely in good hands. If anything, the person taking care of him is more loving than I am, in the sense that a dog can want to be petted, and then it eventually gets a bit much. She will pet him as long as he wants to be, whereas I can eventually be like, no, 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 I need to work, or I need to get up and do something. Anyway, 20 minutes now. I wonder what's going on. I wonder if there's a sidebar going on, what's going on in the courtroom. Maria, didn't you get the feeling that Chris Proudfoot sounded a little like he may have had a beer or two when he spoke? Didn't he sound a little like he was slurring slightly? Simple as meerkat. Wow, we haven't seen you for a while. I've only just found this case, saw the opening statements yesterday. I think you guys will agree, day one moved really quickly. The testimony from John's brother, I think it's the youngest sibling, but his brother and then his sister-in-law, both, you could see that they're both still quite emotional about it. And there didn't seem to be a lot of drama. They seemed to not harbor any animus towards Karen, but nevertheless felt that her behavior was quite strange. Despite a friendship between the sister-in-law and Karen, there wasn't really, you would have expected Karen to call, based on their relationship, and then she didn't. And what is that all about? And also, you have this idea that she freaks out because she realizes he's died at the scene, but then in the hospital, when John's brother arrives, she needs to be restrained, and she's told. She keeps asking, "Is he alive?" And one's got to wonder: is that drama? Is that acting? What's going on there? Um, you can imagine someone being hysterical, but you can't imagine that hysteria just being going on for kind of hours. You can imagine it being something that lasts for some minutes, but then you would imagine someone does calm down. Um, the interesting thing I felt was that when you see Karen Reid in court, seeing some of that, she doesn't seem overwhelmed. She doesn't seem triggered. She doesn't seem traumatized. And you would imagine if she was genuinely that kind of person, then seeing that again would make her cry, would make her emotional, and there didn't seem to be a flicker of emotion. Kerrygold says, I wonder if Jackson will be the cross-examiner today. So another question to ponder is, what is going to happen in the Suzanne Morphew case? There are no arrests so far. What's going on? From what I understand, that autopsy was concluded months ago. I'm not sure whether the toxicology, that includes the toxicology, but certainly from the date of it, it looks like it was concluded in September last year, which is months ago. And it feels like it's been released, it's been held back to be released now. One does wonder whether they've been watching Barry all this time, and also wonders whether releasing this information now, but prior to Mother's Day, so it's about 2 weeks to Mother's Day, to the anniversary, whether they're hoping Barry's going to make a run for it or something. Maybe they're just wanting to see how he responds. Karina, that is kind of the question. Are we dealing with Karen Reid, who is a calculating person, or are we dealing with a conspiracy of police officers who are calculating? Joe, thanks for joining us. It sounds like they just don't have enough evidence. I think they realize they are dealing with. I think Barry's lawyer is quite an adversary, and I think that's what you must also remember, that the prosecutorial team investigators were all kind of being sued, which adds a layer of complexity to the whole thing as well. I think also the longer they draw it out, the harder it is to afford an expensive attorney, paying a retainer. I don't know what Barry's doing today, but paying a lot of money for a top defense lawyer, eventually your money can run out, as happened with Chad Daybell. So perhaps that's also part of the strategy. Simple as Meerkat says, the defense is on the ball. Well, the defense definitely is on the ball here. Sometimes you have, like in the O.J. Simpson case, sometimes you have quite a lot of strong evidence, but the defense team are just so skilled that they can turn water into wine. They can pull a rabbit out of a hat. We'll see whether that happens here. Elizabeth Jones, hello. Can you believe it? It's now 9:25. This is agonizing. I could have gone for a run in this time. Oh, it looks like the camera's moving. I think something's happening, guys. Elizabeth says it's 2:30 in the UK. It's, what's awesome about being in America is I'm on the same timeline as this trial. I don't have to get up at 3 in the morning. I don't have to, it doesn't affect my sleep cycle, which is quite refreshing. I really appreciate that. Yeah, I think that's quite an important point. Here we go, guys. Here we go. Hopefully the volume is going to be okay.
Good morning again, Council. Good morning, Ms. Reed. Morning, guys. Appreciate everybody's commute today. Took everyone I'm sure a lot longer than normal. Thank you. I do have to ask you those same 3 questions. Is everyone able to follow the instruction of the discussion? Yes. Perfectly. You also able to follow the instruction of the independent research and investigation into this case. Yes, not permanently. Did anyone happen to see, hear anything about this? All right, thank you very much. Do we have Officer Saraf, please?
Hopefully they put a mic at the podium. Let's see if they have.
Morning.
Morning, Your Honor. John, mind you're still under oath.
Yeah, yes, sure.
Yanetti's just yawned.
All right, Mr. Jackson.
Not a good start.
Sheriff, is there anything you would like to change or amend or modify about your testimony yesterday?
No.
Did you discuss your testimony with any person during the time you got off the stand yesterday and when you got?
No.
Officer Sheriff, I want to ask you a question about, or a couple of questions about something called the dispatch log. You know what a dispatch log is?
Yes.
What is a dispatch log? Can you describe it to yours?
Just notes saying what time calls come in and sometimes a short synopsis of what happened on the call.
It's an official document generated by the Cannabis Department, correct?
That's correct.
And it's kept in the ordinary course of business.
Yes.
It's created at or near the time of the event that it's recorded.
Yes.
And it's supposed to be accurate.
Yeah. Yes.
Not yet?
Yes. No, sir.
And in fact, what it has is the dispatch details of the event that's in question. Whatever officers show up, what time they show up, the order in which they show up, locations which they're dispatched, things of that nature, correct?
Yes.
Have you looked at the dispatch log in this case?
No, I have not.
May I approach you?
Yes.
This has been pre-marked as Exhibit 27. That's that document.
Yes, sir.
How do you recognize it?
That looks like the log in question.
Okay, so that's the dispatch log for what day?
The 29th.
Do you see your name somewhere on that dispatch log?
Yes.
You're right, one of the 3 officers that was called to the scene.
Yes.
And that looks like the dispatch log for the call out that you were testifying about yesterday. Is that right?
That's correct.
May I approach him?
Yes.
I mean, I published this.
Yes.
I had a really small font. I'm just gonna make my approach one more time.
Yes.
This is not an eye contest. I understand. Oh, look at that. The magic of technology. All right. You can either look up on the screen or look at the dispatch log that's in front of you. I'll try to look at the one on the screen in front of us. If you look to the right, there appear to be 3 entries for the dispatch of the officers that were on the scene about which you testified yesterday, correct?
Yes, sir.
And in fact, it has, this dispatch log shows that you, and then Officer Mulaney, and then Sergeant Good all arrived to 32 Fairview that morning within 7 seconds of each other, correct?
That's what it says.
It actually has Officer Mulaney arriving first at 6:09:26. See that? Yes. And you see that it also has 3 seconds later at 6:09:29, you arriving. Is that right?
6:29. Excuse me, 6:09. Yes.
6:09 and 29 seconds.
Yes, I'm sorry. Yep.
That's okay. And then it has Sergeant Good arriving 4 seconds after you at 6:09:33 seconds. Correct? So all three of you, according to the official document generated by Canton Police Department for this event, has Officer Mulaney arriving first, you arriving second, Sergeant Good arriving third, all within 7 seconds of each other, correct?
Correct.
That is completely false.
Yes.
You've looked at your dispatch, I'm sorry, your dash cam, correct? And clearly, you saw it yesterday. You arrived and there's nobody else on scene. Correct. That was at about, in fact, about 6:10 a.m. that you arrived, correct?
Okay. Yes.
And then Officer Mulaney actually arrives after you about 6:11 a.m. Is that right?
Yes.
And Sergeant Good does not arrive, according to your own dash cam, until about 6:16, a little after 6:15.
Yep.
All right. So right off the bat, the official Canton Police Department dispatch log, one of the first documents generated in any investigative event, that's completely wrong, right?
The times are, yes.
Well, the times and the orders, right? I mean, not only did Officer Mulaney not arrive first, you arrived first.
That's
and
right.
then he arrived.
Sure.
So that's two things that are wrong about just that, correct?
Sure.
And then it has Sergeant Good arriving 4 seconds after you, which is also incorrect.
Yep.
He didn't arrive until about 6 or 7 minutes after you, right?
Sure.
All right. Have you reviewed this document in the past?
Yep. No.
You've never seen the dispatch log?
No.
Did you ever seek to make sure that the dispatch log that's so important and so vital in an investigation was actually accurate before it was turned over to the defense branch?
No, I did.
But without that dispatch log, without your dash cam, we would be relying on your dispatch log to be true and accurate. Is that right?
Other than what I'm saying that what happened, correct?
And do you think it's accurate otherwise?
Not in order, no. It's not. Not in order, no.
Other than
In time.
order and the time the officer's responding, is it correct in all other respects in your mind?
Can you rephrase that?
Sure.
Say it one more time.
Let's take away the order and the time that the officers responded. Ignore that.
Mhm.
Is the dispatch log otherwise accurate?
Yes.
Take a look at the left-hand column where it's highlighted in green. What's that address?
Maybe green.
On the screen, it's
Oh,
highlighted.
interesting.
That's okay. It says 32 Fairview.
Did you arrive to 32 Fairview Road?
No.
You arrived to 34 Fairview Road.
That's right. Yep.
So that even the location on the dispatch log is faulty. Is that right?
Sure. Yep.
May I approach you?
Yes.
Testified at a grand jury in April of 2022, correct?
I did.
At that grand jury, do you remember telling the grand jurors what address you actually responded to?
Don't recall. I probably what I said.
Refresh your recollection if you took a quick glance
Sure.
at a copy of your grand jury testimony.
The grammar police are on their way to the courtroom.
Officer Sheriff, I've done you the favor of highlighting a page on page 9. Where did you indicate to the grand jurors that you actually arrived?
It says 35 Fairview.
I know what it says. I'm asking if it refreshes your recollection that you actually testified under oath that you responded to 35 Fairview.
Yes.
And that is incorrect as well. Yeah,
Yes.
you reviewed any of the other officers' reports that relate to your dispatch out to the location that you've been testifying?
No, I did not.
Did you ever review Sergeant Good's report?
No.
Are you aware that have you ever discussed with Sergeant Good that he wrote in his official report that you responded to 32 shares?
No.
So sorry to interrupt. Can you see how there's this laser focus, every little detail of the police being scrutinized, whereas what the siblings saw with Karen just let it go completely. They want the jury just to be fixated and focused on the police. You aren't reliable, you aren't honest, you aren't accurate, you make mistakes, etc., etc. That's the strategy from the defense.
And of course, we just talked about the fact that the dispatch log lists 32 Fairview Road and not 34 Fairview Road, correct?
Correct.
So none of the initial police reports, not the dispatch log, not your police report, apparently not Sergeant Good's, list 34 Fairview Road as the actual location where you responded that morning, correct?
As far as I know, yes. Yes, sir.
Is there an effort on your part or anybody else's, to your knowledge, to mask the actual address of Brian Albert's house as 34 Fairview Road? No. All those are just mistakes.
Yes.
Quite a loaded question.
Over and over.
Yes.
When you made contact with the victim and the women that you described yesterday, did you see any evidence that any of the women had been engaged in life-saving measures?
Yes.
What did you see?
It appeared that Karen Meany was doing mouth-to-mouth on John O'Keefe.
You saw, I don't want to get too graphic, but you saw blood on her face.
Yes, I did.
You saw blood on his face.
But
You saw blood in her hair.
no, I didn't see it.
Did you notice that?
No, I didn't understand it.
But certainly blood on her face from having engaged in some sort of CPR activity.
Yes,
Mouth-to-mouth resuscitation, you said.
it looked like it. Yes.
You also saw Carrie Roberts seemingly assisting with chest compressions. Is that right?
Can I ask you a question? Sorry? Objection? There's just no
No,
question.
no, you can ask it. The question hasn't been asked yet. Finish the question.
Thank you, Your Honor. Did you also see Carrie Roberts seemingly assisting in chest compressions?
I don't remember who exactly it was, but it did that somebody was doing.
What about the third woman, Jennifer McCabe?
They were all around the body.
Did you see Jennifer McCabe ever engage with John O'Keefe as he lay on the ground and assist in any life-saving measures?
I don't
witness that.
I don't recall.
But you do recall my client engaged.
Yes.
Isn't it true that Jennifer McCabe pulled you aside while my client and Carrie Roberts stayed with John O'Keefe and began engaging you in a conversation?
Yes.
She was providing some sort of a narrative, correct?
Correct.
While the other two women are trying to save John O'Keefe's life, she's talking
For brief seconds.
for brief seconds.
Yes.
She's not the dash cam video for several minutes on the dash cam video where she's standing and having a conversation with you. Are those brief seconds?
I don't know what time frame you're talking.
Right. That's it.
Right after I got.
Karen's breathing quite heavily herself.
Physically to help John O'Keefe.
No, I didn't see it.
Some flashes of the eyes, do you see?
Seconds described. Narrative. You ever offer the fact that she's standing in front of her sister's house?
Yeah, you're right, Angela.
You ever offer the fact that her brother-in-law lives in the house as first responder?
Sustained.
Were you apprised at any time while you were out there that the homeowner was first responder?
Objection.
Sustained.
So I don't know. I don't quite follow that. He's saying, did you know that the homeowner was the first responder? I guess what he's trying to imply is that if the homeowner is a police officer then he's the first responder. Do you agree with that?
Based on your observations between Karen Reed and Jennifer, which one of those women appeared to be more focused on trying to save John's life in the moment?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Can you repeat the question, sir?
Karen Reed, Jennifer, which one of those two women, based on your observations, appeared to you to be more focused on physically trying to save John O'Keefe's life in the moment?
At that point, it was Karen Reed.
You would agree with me, Officer Sheriff, that in any investigation, details matter, accuracy matters, correct?
Sure.
Reports are written in police investigations in order to memorialize observations, things heard, seen, experienced by the officers, correct? Yes. And generally speaking, you're trained to write those reports and memorialize those observations as quickly as possible so that things are fresh. Right. You don't want to write a report about an incident that you respond to today, 2 years ago. No. As a matter of fact, you're trained exactly the opposite. Respond to a scene, somewhat important, you need to get it down on paper as quickly as possible for detail and accuracy, right? Yes. You did, in fact, write a report, a supplemental report for this investigation, where you laid out your observations of that morning, correct? That's correct. These are called incident reports, correct?
Yes.
I'm holding what appears to be a multi-page document that is entitled an incident report. May I approach?
Yes.
Tell me if you recognize what's on that page.
I'm sorry.
Do you recognize that? All I'm asking you is,
Oh, yes.
recognize that as your report?
Yes, yes, sir.
Okay.
Sorry.
Did you write that?
Yes, sir.
When did you write that?
I believe the morning of.
So that would be January 29th.
Correct.
A little bit later in the morning after you left the scene.
Yes.
And you were reflecting back on what had just happened minutes or hours before, correct?
Yep.
And you were trying to be as truthful as possible, correct?
Yes.
You're trying to be as accurate as possible.
Yes.
As comprehensive as possible.
Yes.
And as thorough as possible.
Yes.
You wrote in that report, quote, Karen Reed kept screaming, is he dead, is he dead? She was severely distraught and not able to tell me what happened. Correct?
That's correct.
Yes.
There was no limit to the amount of words that you could put on the page, correct?
Nope.
In fact, there's a ton of white space left unutilized, right?
That's correct.
You could have taken as much time as you wanted to in writing this report. Is that right?
Sure.
Is that yes?
Yes.
There was no reason to abbreviate anything. Is that right?
No.
And you tried to be as accurate as you possibly could in that moment?
Yes.
And put everything down in that report that reflected what you experienced, what you observed, and what you heard that morning, correct?
Yes.
And the only statement you attribute to my client on that morning, just hours after the incident or minutes after the incident, was she kept repeating, is he dead? Right?
Yes.
You were interviewed by Michael Proctor the next day, weren't you?
I don't know what date it was, but
Would you refresh your recollection and take a look at the report?
Sure.
May I approach you?
Yes.
Take a look at that report dated March 15th, but reflects an interview on January 30th, and tell me you recognize it.
looks like it's report.
Yes. that's Trooper Proctor's report of an interview with Dick McPhee, right?
Yes.
And if you look on the second page, paragraph about what you stated to Trooper Proctor.
That's highlighted?
I highlighted for you.
Yes.
Did you tell Trooper Proctor, let me withdraw that, ask it a different way. Were you trying to be as thorough and comprehensive with Trooper Proctor as you were in your own report?
Yes.
You weren't holding anything back in that interview, correct? No. You wanted to be as truthful and as honest as you possibly could?
Yep.
And as comprehensive as you possibly could, correct?
Yes.
Told Trooper Proctor, if you could quote, hear Karen Reed continually state, is he dead? As the paramedics treated the victim. Officer Seraph then seated Karen inside her friend's vehicle. Correct?
Correct.
So the only statement you attributed to my client the day after this incident was, there's 3 words, is he dead? She continued to repeat it. Is that right? That's that works.
Yes.
So I want to make a comment, which is I want to first of all juxtapose the Karen Reed case to the Russ incident, but then also suggest an insight. In the Russ incident, Alec Baldwin shot Helena Hutchins, didn't perform CPR, didn't render any aid whatsoever to Helena Hutchins, right? Karen Reed did, but the difference is Karen Reed did it several hours after the actual thing. Doesn't that suggest she may have had a change of heart? In other words, if she did purposefully hit John, and if she was intoxicated when she hit John, did she later feel differently about what she did? What do you guys think?
And the 2 times that you were asked to reflect back on exactly what happened that morning, January 29th and January 30th, both times you attributed only words to my client having been repeated continually in her distraught state. Is it dead? Right? Yes. She wasn't saying that calmly. Nope. Nope. Matter of fact, you used the word she was severely distraught. Is that right? That's correct. When you say severely distraught, we saw part of that on the dash cam. She was emotional.
Yes.
Upset.
Yes.
Focused on John.
Yes.
Trying to save his life.
Yes.
And asking, what was the question that she asked?
Is he dead?
Over and over and over.
It does make you wonder whether how much alcohol played a role here.
If you were asked to testify in April of 20,
Hey, Terry, good to see you. Okay, well, there seems to be problems with this feed, so I'm going to jump into another feed.
input.
That's correct.
Yes.
Let's go to that. Let me just close this one.
So in April of 2022, for the first time, you attributed the phrase, "This is my fault. I can't believe this happened," to my client, correct?
That's correct.
But nowhere in your official report did you say that.
That's correct.
And nowhere in your interview with Trooper Proctor the next day did you say that.
That's correct.
I think that was a pretty important omission on your part,
It was an oversight.
an oversight.
Yes, sir.
That a woman whom you made contact with, standing over the body of a fallen police officer, said to you, "This is my fault." Dismiss that.
Yes, yes, I missed it. Yeah, I didn't write it down.
And then, of course, you testified yesterday. And your statement changed again.
I don't,
Remember what you said yesterday, Ms. Jones?
I don't remember word for word.
Well, I wrote it down. Let's see if this helps. Yesterday, you said, my client said, quote, "It's all my fault. I did this." End quote.
Yes.
Remember that? But yes,
Yes, sir.
you didn't say that to the grand jury, and you didn't say that to Trooper Proctor,
No, sir.
and you didn't put it in your report.
That's correct.
If you were to testify in another 2 or 3 weeks, I think your statement will just keep evolving.
Objection.
Sustained.
Now I want to shift gears for a second and talk about what Mr. Reed actually said that morning. You said that you reviewed your dash cam video, correct?
Once.
Do you remember when you arrived, one of the first things out of your mouth was the question, what happened?
Yes.
That would be a natural question.
Sure. Yeah.
And you assess the scene and assess the situation. So, and you would want to listen closely to what that answer was, correct?
Sure.
Ms. Reed did in fact answer you, didn't she?
I don't recall what you said.
She said, quote, "My boyfriend, I left him and he never came home." End quote. Correct?
I don't know. I don't recall.
You agree, we've already agreed, that details matter in any investigation.
Absolutely.
They certainly matter in this investigation, correct?
Yes, sir.
Sorry, I missed that part.
That details matter in any investigation.
Absolutely.
They certainly.
I don't recall what you said.
She said, quote, "My boyfriend, I left him and he never came home." End quote. Correct?
Hmm.
I don't know. I don't recall.
You agree, we've already agreed, that details matter in any investigation.
Absolutely.
They certainly matter in this investigation, correct?
Yes, sir.
But I mean, that might be true that she did leave him and he never came home.
6.
But what happened just before that? Also, why did you leave your boyfriend?
This is about the 3:50 run time. I'm not looking at the actual. I'm not looking at the actual time of day over here. I'm looking at the run time, which is down at the bottom. So if the space you could put this up. Awesome. Just to orient everybody, does this appear to be your dash cam?
Yes, sir.
Same dash cam you were looking at yesterday?
Yes.
Okay, let's go ahead and fill the space. Awesome. Officer Sarah, just like it's not an eye exam, it's not a hearing exam either. I'm going to do the best I can to raise the volume. And Officer Sarah, I want to focus your attention, if you wouldn't mind, on 9 seconds after you say what happened. Just count in your head and listen very, very carefully to the woman's voice that responds to what she says. Go ahead. Awesome. Very, very hard to hear. Have you listened to that before?
No,
Does it appear to you that she said, my boyfriend, I left him and he never came home?
I couldn't understand anything.
Okay. Let's replay it one more time. Turn the volume up one more time right at that moment. Listen for a woman's voice just under. Sorry, I was asking Officer Sarah, please listen to, there's a din of noise, obviously, road noise, wind noise, etc. It's your dash cam, the audio from your dash cam. Once you close the door, listen very carefully, about 9 seconds after you say what happened, for a woman's voice, and see if you can make out what that voice says.
Let's listen.
Stop. Did you hear? I left him and he never came home.
I couldn't understand what you were saying.
You couldn't understand that?
No.
You want to hear it one more time?
No,
I don't think it,
no. Turn the lights on, please.
Well, the judge is not taking any more nonsense.
Now, if my client had said, my boyfriend, I left him and he never came home, would that be something that you would find important to put in your report?
Jax.
Sustained.
Let's move to another area of the dash cam video. I want to keep playing it at the 28-minute mark, 28-minute and 20-second mark or so.
So can I see counsel at sidebar for just a minute, please?
Do you notice how the judge is actually quite exasperated with the defense? The judge feels that the defense are being mischievous and crossing all sorts of lines. Do you notice that? You notice that so far the prosecution have done their thing, but the defense are sort of, I don't know, I'm not sure what one can say, pontificating, performing, and the judge isn't impressed. Well, based on the folks watching, there's only 50 people in chat. It clearly indicates, I think, that people want to hear the conspiracy narrative, or it's just that there's not much support for this channel anyway. But it's quite what's the word? Disappointing.
Do you recognize your dash cam video being on the left of the screen?
yes, sir.
Okay. Have you looked at Sergeant Good's dash cam video, which is squared up on the right side of the screen?
No.
You've never seen it?
No.
Okay. Does it appear to you that these are two different perspectives of the same scene? In other words, see the car or the SUV on the left side of the screen right here, correct?
Yes, sir.
See that same SUV right there, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Does that appear to be two different perspectives, two different angles,
Yes.
but basically the same thing?
Yes.
I want to draw your attention to the individuals to the left of the SUV right here. There's a person wearing a hood with fur on it. Is that Kerry Roberts? Do you remember?
I don't know.
There appears to be another person with a darker jacket standing just in front of that person with the hood and fur. You see that person?
Yes.
I'm going to ask you to focus on the person in the darker jacket.
Sure.
I believe, and the only reason I'm asking you to focus at this point is because I want to try to play this just once and see if you recognize what's depicted in the video.
Sure.
What I expect you may see is this person move out of sight behind the SUV, and then in the background there's an SUV parked in the driveway. Pay special attention to that portion of the SUV and see if you see that person in the dark jacket pass from right to left in front of that SUV as if they're going to the house. Positive. Have you seen the person in the dark jacket leave the view?
Yes.
Did she appear to go behind the SUV?
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead and play it. Go ahead and stop, right? And now I'm going to ask to draw your attention to that car with snow on it. Pay special attention to that car as the film continues to run. Go ahead. Awesome. Do you see a person standing in front of the car?
Here's the person. Yes.
Walking from right to left.
Yes.
Would that be toward the house?
Yes, it would.
Okay. And also, if you wouldn't mind switching your perspective, now you're looking more at the front of the house. Continue watching the film and see if you see that same person walking toward the house. Stop. Did you see that?
No, I didn't see. Oh, yeah. Yes. That's a piano. Yes.
Right. Yes, walking toward the front of the house. That was Jennifer McKay going into the house, wasn't it?
I have no idea.
Was it a person going into the house?
It was a person.
Did you give anybody any permission to go into the house?
No, not my.
Would you think that a witness in a homicide scene? Thank you. Would you think that a witness at a homicide scene being allowed to go into a house to make contact with other witnesses?
I didn't know it was a homicide scene, sir.
If I could finish my question. Do you think it's appropriate for a witness at a potential homicide scene, an unconscious person scene, whatever crime scene,
Yes.
to make contact with other witnesses and begin discussing the situation unsupervised?
Can you rephrase that question, sir?
Do you think that's an appropriate thing to have happen?
I have no answer for that, sir. I don't.
Yeah, this elephant is weird.
Asking.
Officer Sheriff, when you go to a crime scene,
Yes, sir.
one of the first things that you want to do is secure the scene and separate witnesses so that interviews can be conducted, correct?
Sure.
You wouldn't want witnesses just cavorting together and getting their story straight, right?
Correct.
You'd want to avoid that at all costs, right?
Yes. Yes.
And why is that?
So they can't collaborate their story.
Yet there was a person walking from the area where a body was found in the lawn of a house, walking into the house to make contact with other individuals, correct?
It appeared that way, yes, sir.
Does that seem appropriate to you?
No.
Or so? We've talked a bit about what you did and didn't hear at the scene from my client. At any point when you were at that location, did you hear my client repeating the phrase, "I get him, I get him, I get him, I get him"?
She said, I hit him. No, I didn't hear that.
You never heard her whisper it, yell it, say it, or otherwise.
Not that I recall.
If you have heard that statement, you likely would have written it down, wouldn't you?
Yes.
You likely would have reported that to a proctor the next day, wouldn't you?
Yes.
You likely would have mentioned it in your grand jury testimony, correct?
Yes.
And you did none of those things because you did not hear that statement, correct?
I did not hear that. No.
Sir, you were at 34 Fairview for more than an hour before you cleared the scene, right?
Yes, sir.
You were at the location of the body of John O'Keefe.
Yes.
In other words, you just didn't stay in your cruiser. You walked out to where John O'Keefe was.
No, I was in my cruiser at different times. I
Must have been a bad question.
Okay.
You didn't just stay in your cruiser. At points, you got out of your cruiser, walked over, made contact with the women, and you were standing next to the body.
yes,
And you were obviously looking around. You noticed some footprints,
yes,
and you even noticed some lack of footprints.
that's correct.
So you were being observant of the area of the body
Yes,
and the area adjacent to the body.
yes,
You were looking for anything that might have been out of place,
yes,
anything of any evidentiary value, correct?
yes,
You never saw or otherwise observed, located a single piece of tail-like material. did you?
No.
You certainly didn't see 45 pieces of broken plastic or tail-like material. did you?
No.
You never located or otherwise observed.
So just bear in mind that it was dark, it was snowing, and there were people sort of running around. But yeah, I mean, that is a fairly good point. You didn't notice any of that tail-like material then. But of course, in the dark, would you not think that that is just dirt, especially if it's kind of submerged in the snow?
John O'Keefe's missing shoe?
No.
Or any other clothing of his?
no,
Officer Surratt, did you ever think to look inside the house
no,
for that missing shoe?
No.
That never crossed your mind?
No.
You think that might have been a smart thing to do at the time?
Objection, Your Honor.
Rephrase the question.
Sure.
I think he should have answered that question. Do you think it would have been a smart thing? No.
Do you think that would have been appropriate protocol when dealing with a body laying on a lawn that is partially unclothed to look inside the house of the lawn?
No,
There you go.
That would have been appropriate protocol.
no,
I agree with that.
Anybody else?
no,
Obviously, you did not conduct a search of that house, did you?
Nope.
And you're aware that to this day, no law enforcement officer ever conducted a search of that house.
I'm not aware of.
Just moving on.
Yes.
So here's a question, and you can even answer it in hindsight. If you were the responding officer, what would your priority be in what to search and where to search? Would it be and there are three options. Would it be number one, the area of the body on the lawn, on the ground, two, the house, or three, the vehicle? So which would be, what would be your priority for searching? Would it be the body and the area around it, let's say number one? Would it be the house number two and the vehicle number three? Or would it be the vehicle number two, the house number three, or the house number one, the vehicle number two? What would be your so I tend to agree with you. You would search the area of the body, and without knowing, if you didn't know that it was struck by a vehicle, you wouldn't know to look at the vehicle. But if you did know that it may have been struck by the vehicle, the next thing you would look at would be what?
Anything, Mr. Lally? Okay.
Now we'll see if there's a redirect, but what was interesting here was the cross-examination, I think, was easily, what do you guys think, twice as long as the direct examination? Do you guys agree with that? Easily twice as long as it, maybe even 3 times longer. And you can imagine every officer they bring to the stand is going to get the same kind of grilling. You made this mistake, there's that error on the report, on and on and on. Right? So I think we do have redirect.
Tony.
You were asked some questions, you were shown a dispatch log, is that correct?
That's correct.
And, dispatch log, as far as, the Canton Police Department is concerned, are you aware of sort of how or when or who creates that?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury sort of how that document sort of comes?
So when a call comes in, an officer is at the desk and, usually the first thing they would do is dispatch, get people going to the scene and get everybody rolling as far as if they need FD, police, whatever resources they need. And basically then, type in, what the call is, um, and who's going.
So fair to say it's more important to get assets allocated to the scene, especially in the case of an emergency, of course, on the call 911, than to ensure that the dispatch time is correct down to the set.
Absolutely.
Now, you were asked some questions about different things that you heard the defendant say, correct?
That's correct.
And you were shown specifically some grand jury testimony from April 2022, in which you indicated during that testimony that the defendant stated, "This is my fault."
Yes.
And is that based on your memory of what she said?
Yes.
You also testified yesterday along the same lines, correct?
Correct.
What you testified to before this jury, as far as your memory, is that accurate as to what happened on that scene, January 29th, 2022?
Yes.
Now, prior to this call, did you know Terry Roberts?
No.
Did you know Karen Reed?
No.
Did you know John O'Keefe?
No.
Did you know Jennifer McKay?
No.
Based on what you've seen as far as the dash camera, would you be able to differentiate Jennifer McKay or Terry Roberts from that dash camera footage?
No.
While you were on scene, did you see anybody from 34 Fairview Road from that address come outside?
No.
That's
Did you see
important.
anybody from any address on that entire street, the entire 90 minutes that you were there, come outside?
No.
Now, you were asked some questions about some different addresses on Fairview, whether they're 32 or 35. Do you know where either 32 or 35 is located in relation to 34?
We'll be next to each other. Sequential order.
Nothing further.
Nothing else, thank you.
All right, you're all set, officer. Thank you.
Wow, at last.
Yeah.
Next
Mr.
witness.
Lally, who is your next witness?
You're on phone with the call officer, Stephen Mulaney, to the stand.
Okay.
So another police officer, and what's quite interesting is, for the past couple of minutes, it's actually felt like the defense case. It's actually quite hard to think that this is actually the prosecution fielding their case. That's a good point. We saw that in the Stephen Smith case, right?
You solemnly swear the evidence you give the court and jury in the case they were hearing should be truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Yes.
You can stand or sit, sir, whatever is more comfortable. Just make sure you speak into the microphone, please. Okay, whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you. Morning, sir.
Morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name?
Stephen Mulaney, Mullaney.
Quite a young officer.
I am employed by the Canton Police Department as a patrolman
How long have you been a patrolman for the Canton?
since July 2020 and a full-time officer since August 2021.
And if I could call your attention to the evening of January 28th, 2022 into the morning of January 29th, 2022. Working on that occasion?
Yes, I was working the 11:45 p.m. to 7:45 a.m. patrol shift.
And were you dispatched to a call shortly after 6 a.m. on the 29th?
Yes, I was.
And where were you dispatched to and what was that in regard?
34 Fairview Road for a unresponsive party.
Now, we can turn back just for a second as far as when you're assigned as far as a patrolman with candidates. So there are different sort of geographic sectors within the town which you're assigned.
Yep, I was assigned to the east sector.
And it's Fairview Road within that east sector.
That's the west sector.
So you were assigned to the east sector, but dispatched to a call on the west sector. Is that correct?
Correct.
And why that was?
Yes, east. The east sector backs up the west sector.
Um,
He almost looks like a young John O'Keefe, same sort of beard.
Why don't you hold on a minute for this? Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Lally.
Oh, thanks. So on the 28th going into the 29th, what if any awareness that you have as far as the weather forecast or what was predicted as coming?
I believe around midnight it began to snow.
That's why you're on shift, is that correct?
Yes.
When you're on shift and you're on patrol, particularly when there's a weather situation as far as snow or something like that, what is it that you're doing on patrol?
Well, I stayed in the parking lot that shift, so didn't get stuck anywhere.
And as far as the snow that was predicted and the snow that fell, how much precipitation, what kind of a storm was it?
Well, by the morning it was pretty heavy snow.
And by the morning, by what time?
About around 6 a.m.
By the time that you were dispatched to that call, we were talking about the snow was picking up and getting heavy.
Yes.
And as you were, so you were at the station when you received the dispatch, is that correct?
Correct, yes.
And where is, well, about how far away is Fairview Road from where you were in the city?
Mile and a half, 2 miles.
And you describe for the jury sort of the route that you took going from the station to Fairview Road.
Yep. I took a right onto Washington Street from the station, and then I took a right onto Dedham Street from Washington Street, a left onto Cedar Crest from Dedham, and then a left onto Fairview Road from Cedar Crest.
So Fairview Road runs sort of between two other more major roads in Canton, fair to say?
Yes.
You mentioned Cedar Crest, is that correct?
Yes.
Cedar Crest is off of Dedham.
Correct.
And so what is the other sort of major road on the other sort of second side of it?
Chapman Street.
So when you're coming from Cedar Crest onto Fairview, about how far into Fairview is 30?
2 houses down on the right.
So the house would have been on your right, is that correct?
Correct.
And in addition to yourself, who, if anyone else from your department was dispatched to this call as well?
Officer Sarah.
And who, if anyone, arrived first?
Officer Sarah had arrived prior to my arrival.
And Officer Sarah, as far as which direction was his cruiser facing? Same as yours, directly at yours, or something?
I don't recall.
Recall seeing Officer Sarah during your en route time, sort of between the station and arriving on the scene?
I do not know.
So it'll be interesting to see what he says. Karen Reed said what Karen Reed did. You know, it's a second officer. It'll be interesting to see whether it's consistent with the other officer and how it's consistent, and if it's not consistent.
Now, as far as when you're driving from the station to the scene, what, if anything, do you recall about sort of road conditions, visibility?
Visibility was difficult. I don't exactly recall how far you could see, but it was definitely coming down.
And at this point in time, on January 29th, just after 6 a.m., what is sort of the lighting conditions? Has the sun come up yet? Is it dark out, or what?
It was still dark out.
In other words, before dawn, right? That's also quite important.
What was sort of the vehicular traffic on the roadway between the station and your arrival on Fairview Road?
I don't recall there being any traffic.
Now, as far as when you are coming to the scene, do you recall whether or not you had to activate sort of your lights or your sirens or anything like that?
I believe I would have used the blue lights.
You recall using signs?
I do not recall whether or not I used signs.
And if you know, about how much time elapsed between the time that you received the call and the time that you arrived on there?
3 minutes approximately.
And when you arrived there, what, if anything, is one of the first things that you see?
I saw Officer Sarah towards like the front lawn, kind of surrounding the victim. There's a couple other people as well. And the fire department was on arrival right about the same time.
And so, beyond yourself and Officer Sarah from Kansas, were there other sort of town assets of dispatch call as well?
The fire department.
And when you say the fire department, how many sort of vehicles or what was their response as far as?
I believe they had a fire engine and ambulance.
Fire engine, yes.
The fire ambulance, I'm sorry, fire engine and the ambulance came from sort of
Where's the fire?
same side as you from Cedar Crest, or did they come into the scene from the same from the opposite side as far as
I think they had come down Chapman Street to Fairview and they were facing towards Cedar Crest.
Now, if you think about it, if you're trying to make the case that there's a police conspiracy, are you going to include the fire department in that as well?
now? So you arrive there, you see Officer Sarah and from the fire department, correct?
Yes.
And you indicated that you saw a person on sort of person on the ground. Is that correct?
Yes.
And just for clarity purposes, at some point subsequent to this, you were able to identify the person that was on the ground. Is that correct?
Yes.
That was John. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Thanks, Leo.
Where the other people that you indicated were there, where were they in relation to John?
I think I don't really recall where everybody was upon my arrival, but I think everyone was kind of like in the vicinity around the curb to the street.
Now, as far as when you're first arriving, you're pulling up to the scene, were you able to see Mr. O'Keefe on the ground at that point, or did
I saw people around him, but I had to get closer before I saw the victim on the ground.
and so the other people that you saw around them, were they kneeling down, standing up, or something?
I believe Officer Sarah was still standing up. I don't recall anyone else.
And so fair to say you saw Officer Sarah standing up near Mr. O'Keefe before you actually saw Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Yes. Yes.
Now, this particular area where you saw Officer Sarah standing up and Mr. O'Keefe on the ground, what, if any, sort of additional ambient lighting did you observe in that area? Was there any street lights or anything like that around?
Not that I recall.
Now, in addition to Officer Sarah, at some point did you encounter some other individuals or civilian people on scene?
Yep. Miss Jen McCabe.
And in addition to Ms. McCabe, were there any other female parties there?
Carrie Roberts.
And in addition to Ms. Roberts, was there any other female parties there?
Yes. Reed.
And just to be clear, you've seen Ms. Reed in the courtroom today.
Yes.
Could you identify where she's seated or an article of both of you wearing?
Black dress.
That's a record reflected in.
Yes.
Now,
Small little poke in her direction.
prior to this call, did you have any prior sort of familiarity with Karen Reed?
No.
John O'Keefe?
No.
Jennifer McKay?
No.
Carrie Roberts?
No.
And when you arrive and you make those sort of initial observations, where is it that you go? What, if anything?
Fire department began their life-saving measures, and at one point we were able to get him onto the stretcher or onto a backboard, I believe it's called, and then onto a stretcher.
What, if any, involvement did you have with that?
I assisted the fire department in placing him on the backboard and then helping get him onto the stretcher.
Now, as far as you mentioned that the where you came and located Mr. O'Keefe, you recall sort of what position his body was in when he first observed?
He was lying face up, as was back on the ground.
And you recall where he was in relation to the roadway?
Yeah, he was on the front lawn. Well, I didn't know exactly where the curb was, but I would think about, approximately 10 feet from the curb.
And so you mentioned that you couldn't tell exactly where the curb was. Why is it?
There was snow on the ground.
So the snow sort of covered the curb at that time that you're there, is that correct?
Yes.
But you approximate it was about 10 feet to the lawn.
Yes.
And the snow on the ground that you observed at that time when you first arrived, about how much snow had accumulated on the ground?
I'd say at that point, approximately 6 inches.
And what, if any, snow did you observe on any part of Mr. Oakley's body when you first saw him?
There was really no snow, but you could tell that he had been in the conditions. It was almost as if it was like water, kind of like frozen on kind of to his face.
And did you make any
Almost like in mountain climbing.
beyond his face as far as sort of the rest of the body?
I don't recall really any other observations.
How was dressed?
So that's quite interesting. He may have been struck and sort of winded, and he may even have had concussion. And so he may have lain in the snow alive, but kind of paralyzed or unconscious for some time. And then his breathing may have sort of melted snow around his nose and his mouth, right? Which the flakes become, the flakes melt, become kind of like water, and then they freeze again. And that might be what he's referring to. It does make me think a little bit about mountain climbers.
I do not.
Recall what event snow was on the other part of the body?
I do not.
Now, as far as Mr. Oaks was concerned, what, if any, observations did you make as far as injuries with that initial time?
I did not recall any injuries.
Nothing stood out to you, is that correct?
No, correct.
The fire department came on to a back, right?
Yes,
And where did Mr. Oaks go?
to the ambulance.
Go to the ambulance as well?
Not that I recall, no.
So he doesn't mention there, the other officer actually mentioned that John was cold to the touch, right? Now, I don't know, maybe it's unfair to say this, but that is a very clear sign that someone is deceased. If your body is cold, the life has left the body. If your body is cold, it's very hard to resuscitate. I've actually had hypothermia where, I was in not that cold conditions, about 9-10 degrees Celsius water. This was minus 12 Celsius, so much, much colder. But the point is, if the core body temperature is very low, then you will die and you will not be able to be brought back. So if you encounter someone whose skin is like white marble and it's white and it's cold, that person is likely dead. I don't think there's going to be any doubt that that person is dead. So it's interesting that he didn't mention that. Of course, if you've got ice on your face, that's also likely a sign that someone is deceased. Something else just to mention is he says that because there was so much snow, he couldn't tell where the road ended and the lawn began. And one does wonder whether, in the circumstances of this case, if Karen Reed did bump into John, whether, it's a situation where he was leaving the vehicle. She also couldn't tell where the road began and ended. And perhaps in that visual cue was perhaps the temptation to do whatever she did. I just think that's quite an interesting thought as well. Let's continue.
Fire department sort of takes over.
Yes.
Hi, pit bulls.
So after Mr. O'Keefe is lifted up, what if anything did you observe as far as the ground in on?
I didn't recall anything. Was there anything? No. No.
Recall even looking sort of in that area?
No, I think he was in front of me, so I wouldn't have seen what was under him.
And so after Mr. O'Keefe is taken by members of the fire department over, and what is it that
Sarif, at that point, we were trying to identify the victim, so I spoke to Ms. McCabe.
and without sort of anything that Mr. McCabe told you about how long period of time you talked to Mr. McCabe gathered?
Approximately 2 minutes.
And who, if anyone else, did you speak with attempting to gather information regarding this?
Ms. McCabe is the only one I recall speaking to.
Now, as far as the defendant, Ms. Reed, what, if anything, do you recall her sort of doing as you're on scene and as you're going about what you're trying to do?
She was screaming, is that my boyfriend? Is he dead?
When you say screaming in a fairly loud voice, correct?
Very, very loud, yes.
As far as that sort of phraseology, as far as is dead, how many times is that something you want more than once or something?
Repeated many times.
And with the same sort of volume that she had said it with, as you described the first time?
Yes.
And as far as, if you know, about how long was the ambulance on scene before it left to go to the hospital?
10 minutes, approximately.
You know what hospital it went to?
Good Samaritan.
And after the ambulance left and went to the hospital, where did the three women that you talked about being defendant, Dave, and Robert, where did they go?
I believe they left the scene.
So did you have any, or what if any conversation did you have with any of them following?
None.
Now, as far as Ms. Reed, the defendant, what if anything else did you observe as far as her saying or her demeanor or anything like that?
Just the screams and she was very distraught.
Now, at some points, did Ms. Reed sort of stay in one place, or where did Ms. Reed go sort of around the cruisers and ambulance?
I believe she went into one of the vehicles. I don't know if it was a cruiser or one of the cars. Stayed warm.
And the other two women that were with her, as far as Ms. McCabe, Ms. Roberts, were they in the same general vicinity as the defendant, or were they separated?
I don't recall.
So was this officer able to talk to Karen Reed? And the answer is, the way I understand it, no, because she was too emotional.
At some point after they had left the scene, what, if anything, would you advise?
You remember when John's brother called, I can't remember if it was John's brother or his sister-in-law called, I think it was the sister-in-law, anyway, called Karen, and Karen said, basically, you're on speaker, my father's in the car and you're on speaker. That also is kind of a way of saying, I'm just telling you to be careful what you say because there's someone else listening. It's also kind of interesting.
We were dispatched that, or Can't Control and advised us that she's making suicidal statements.
So based on that, what, if anything, were the other
I don't recall exactly who, but someone had called Ms. Roberts to have Ms. Reed come back to the scene. And we.
So what do you think about someone making suicidal statements? Isn't that is that a sign of guilty knowledge? On the one hand, she's kind of saying, is that my boyfriend? Is he dead? And then the next, it's suicidal statements. That seems like someone is very aware that they're no longer alive. And the other thing is, at the hospital, she's still saying, is he alive? But surely if you're already making suicidal statements, that means you realize that they're no longer alive.
Yeah, section 12 there.
So about how much time elapsed? That's the time to arrive back.
5 minutes, approximately.
Now, you mentioned that there may have been other officers on scene, correct?
Yes.
So in addition to yourself, and Officer Sarah, with anyone else in the department arrived on scene?
Sergeant Good arrived, Sergeant Link at the time, and Lieutenant Gallagher.
And when was that relation when yourself and Officer Sarah arrived?
Sergeant Good was there shortly after, and then Sergeant Link shortly after him, and then Lieutenant Gallagher after that.
And in total, as far as sort of the earliest to the longest, about how long was it until Lieutenant Gallagher arrived?
I'd say less than 45 minutes.
And in total, how long was it that you were on scene?
90 minutes to 2 hours.
And during the course of time that
Well, a long time in the cold.
come up,
Yes.
and during the time that you were on scene, as far as the conditions, and let me ask just a little bit more about it. You indicated something about snow being on the ground. Being able to, correct?
Yes.
What, if any, sort of other things in addition to that, from a weather perspective? What was the temperature of light out at that time?
It was very cold. It's cold.
Could you, or do you have any estimate as far as the how?
25, and it was windy.
Paddy, good to see you here.
Found upon that as far as like what kind of wind? Talking constant wind, gusts, or something?
I would say gust to constant.
Fairly strong winds, light wind, what kind of?
Not necessarily strong, light winds, but it was definitely windy.
And during that sort of total time, about 9 minutes ago, you were on scene, was the weather consistent throughout that entire period that you were on scene?
That I recall, yes.
Now, in the area where you first observed Mr. O'Keefe's body on the wall, after his body was removed by the fire department, what, if anything, did you observe sort of in that general area?
Nothing.
Now, again, you said that Ms. Reed was brought back to the scene or around Fairview Road and time 5 minutes brought, correct?
Correct.
So where she went,
She was transported to Good Samaritan.
different ambulance and then taken to.
Correct. Different ambulance. Yeah.
Now, as far as Mr. O'Keefe was concerned, you assisted getting him onto the backboard, is that correct?
Yes.
You also assist getting him onto the stretcher.
Yes.
Beyond sort of the visual observations that you made to have occasion to that process, having sort of tactile observations, did you come into contact with Mr. O'Keefe's body at that point?
No.
Beyond what you've already testified to, make any other observations at any point of his body?
No, not that at all.
Welcome, Muddled Jim. Sarah, the prosecution don't have a mic. There isn't actually a mic. Hopefully they'll change that by tomorrow.
Direct your attention up was put up exhibit 25 and just sort of pause it.
So now we're going to look, I think, at his dash cam or body cam.
Officer Millennium, direct your attention. Generally speaking, once you pick it up on your home as far as issue when you were responding to the road that. Yes. I could ask your number. When you direct your attention to what's up on the screen, on time to recognize what's in that photograph. Yes. What do you recognize? That's 34 Fairview. That's how it's depicted in that photograph is that a relatively young actor trailer was observed by the residents on the morning of January 29th. Yes. Gentlemen, if I could have ticket number 8.
Well, someone from Barcelona joining us. Thanks for being a Rebecca. You're right, Eric.
Yes. What do you recognize? That's 34 Fairview. Sort of a different, correct? Yes. Now, with regard to the residents, if I'm standing on the street and I'm facing the residents, and the previous photograph, the area of the.
So I just want to address a question someone mentioned. They said, you know, Maria, I think, said this. Why did Karen not drop John on the driveway or close to the front door? Well, there you can see are two vehicles on the driveway. And at the time of the party, there may have been other vehicles as well, right? So you couldn't get onto the driveway because there were vehicles there already. And you can see there still are vehicles there. You could even argue that it was a closer walk. If you couldn't park on the driveway, it was in a way a closer walk to the front door. If you stopped in line adjacent to the front door, in other words, directly in front of the front door, but in the road. Does that make sense?
Where you first observed.
Hey, Jazzy Boo.
Would that be left of the residence, right of the residence, or dead center or something? Left. And what, if anything, did you observe sort of in that general area as far as or things that were in that area? A fire hydrant and a flagpole. May I approach the witness, Sean?
Yes.
Thanks a lot, Rebecca, from Barcelona. Appreciate that. Paddy, where are you joining us from?
Officer, if I could ask you using that laser pointer directly towards directly jury's where in that photograph where body located when right in this area.
Which area?
Find me that one moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
And officer. Thanks. I have no further questions to this witness.
All right, cross-examination.
Thanks, Your Honor.
Okay, expect a long cross-examination. Same format, same style, same strategy against the first responding officer.
Morning, officer. Morning. Officer Meany, you and I have never met before, correct? Correct. We've never spoken about this case? No. Is it fair to say that when you were dispatched to 34 Fairview Road on January 29th of 2022, you were a part-time officer at that point? No, I was full-time. When did you start at the Canton Police Department?
So him asking, were you part-time, what do you think is angling at? You're young and you're inexperienced, right? That's already what he's trying to do. All of this is criticize the police, undermine the police, push the don't trust the police narrative, right?
July 2020.
Did you start as a part-time officer?
I did.
Oh, I see. I misunderstood your testimony. You actually became full-time in August of 2021.
Correct, sir. Yes.
All right, so you had been full-time at that point for about 6 months when you received this call, correct?
Yes, sir.
And so do you see how that's relevant? Oh, so you'd only been a full-time officer for 6 months, so you didn't really know what you were doing. You were green. And so we can't rely on you either, right?
And it's fair to say that you were the junior officer on scene.
Yes, it is.
You had testified that you approached Fairview from the Cedar Crest side, correct?
Yes.
34 Fairview Road is much closer to the Cedar Crest side than it is to the Chapman side, correct? And when you take a left on Cedar Crest to enter Fairview Road, 34 Fairview is the second house on the right. Does that make sense?
From Cedar Crest, yes.
Yes. And you were quickly surmising that whatever action was taking place there was taking place on the front lawn of 34 Fairview, correct?
Yes, sir.
And one of the first things that you saw was there appeared to be a woman giving CPR to somebody on the ground.
Yeah, yes.
You didn't know who that woman was at the time, correct?
No, sir.
But you later learned her identity.
Yes, I don't recall which female it was that was giving CPR though.
Okay. So you don't recall that it was Karen Reed who was giving CPR to John O'Keefe?
I don't know who it was.
At some point in time, you came in contact with Karen Reed, correct?
So do you notice that they kind of emphasizing it with each officer? Do you know that Karen Reed was doing CPR? Okay. Do you know that Karen Reed was doing CPR?
While you were on scene?
Not direct contact, but that was on scene when she was there.
You were there until about 8 a.m., correct?
Yes.
And you were just.
So I must say, that's such a good point from Liesel. You just need one juror to be kind of susceptible to this, whatever you want to call it, negative bias or confirmation bias or distrust, dislike of the police, and that seed is going to fall on fertile ground, right?
Shortly after 6 a.m.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
You were there for approximately 2 hours, correct?
Yes.
You were there when Karen Reed was there when you showed up, correct?
Yes.
She left and she came back to the scene, correct?
Yes.
And you were there when she came back, correct?
Yes, sir.
So with regard to your contact with her, she certainly was within eye.
So I want to draw your attention, this is quite an interesting image. You can see the profile of the lawyer's face over here. You can only see one eye, right? That's because he's basically looking straight in front of himself. Karen has actually got her face turned slightly to the camera. And I think part of the reason for that is twofold. One is she wants to be seen by the camera, and the other is that she wants to see the camera. So do you think she's performing for the camera? Do you think she's sort of aware that the camera's on her and wants to present herself in the best possible light, that she's actually very vigilant in terms of the camera? Now, if your answer is yes, think about the flip side to the question. If you're an innocent person, you aren't guilty of murder, right? Wouldn't you be really more interested, not in the camera, but in the evidence that's being led? Wouldn't you be paying so much attention to the guy on the stand? Anyway, just something to consider.
I shot, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you actually, at some points, were closer to her than you are to me right now, correct?
Yeah.
How close did you get to her?
10 feet.
All right. With the court's permission, I'd like to walk toward you and have you stop me when I'm at the point when you were at your closest to Karen Reed. What can I do that, Your Honor? Thank you.
Right there.
Okay. And when you were this close to her, and you're estimating this to be about 10 feet, correct? When you were this close to her, was there anything blocking your view of her face?
Not that I recall.
You noticed, obviously, that she had blood on her face, correct?
I did not notice that.
You didn't notice that she had blood in her hair.
I did not notice that.
So, Lisa, I don't know what you think about this. Aren't these leading questions?
You did notice that she was absolutely hysterical.
Yes.
She was completely distraught.
Yes.
She appeared to be in shock.
Yes.
And there was a contrast between that demeanor that you observed with regard to Karen Reed and the demeanor of one of the other women on scene, Jennifer McCabe, was there not?
Can you kind of explain further?
Sure. Karen Reed was screaming, correct?
Yes.
She was yelling, correct?
Yes.
She was hysterical and distraught, correct?
Yes.
Now, do you remember Patsy Ramsey was as well? And so because Patsy was crying and she had her hands on her face, people couldn't really talk to her either. Was that by design?
Jennifer McCabe was not.
Correct.
And you actually had more contact, direct contact with Jennifer McCabe then, correct?
Yes.
And you spoke to Jennifer McCabe for a good 2 minutes, correct?
Yes, sir.
Face to face.
Yes, sir.
You were closer to Jennifer McCabe than you ever got to Karen Reed, correct?
Yes.
I find that quite interesting is he's able to engage, interact with Jennifer McCabe, is able to have a conversation, is able to get information from her, is able to approach her, but he's not able to do the same with Karen Reed. Why?
You were able to observe her demeanor.
Yes.
You were able to hear her tone of voice.
Yes.
You were able to hear how loudly she was speaking, correct?
Yes.
You were able to hear how quickly she was speaking.
Yes.
During those 2 minutes that you were face to face closer to Jennifer McCabe, she was not screaming, correct?
Correct.
She was not yelling.
Correct.
She was not hysterical.
Correct.
She was not distraught.
Yes.
She was calm.
Correct.
Objection on.
I'll allow it, but let's move on.
Jennifer McCabe didn't have any blood on her face, correct? And you didn't see any blood in Jennifer McCabe's hair, correct?
No.
Now,
So he's really rubbing it in. Karen Reed gave CPR. The other people present there didn't. Now, you could argue against that and say, but you could clearly see that he was no longer alive. You know, there would be no point in giving CPR, right? You could definitely make that counter argument. John's brother said that when he saw John, his eyes were like ping pong balls, and I don't know, the way he testified, it sounded like it was very obvious that he was no longer alive. I suppose you could be on the scene saying, and you have that with Oscar Pistorius, by the way, who seems to imagine that the victim is still alive and seems to be doing a big job about trying to save them, but the victim isn't alive. But he seems to think she is. Same in this case. She seems to think he is, but he's not.
with regard to what you heard Karen Reed
scream that morning. I just want to make sure I get your testimony correct. I believe on direct examination, you stated that you kept repeating two phrases. One being, "Is he dead?" And the second being, "That's my boyfriend," correct?
Yes.
And how many times do you think that she repeated those two phrases?
It's, quite a bit, more than 10.
It's more than 10 times.
Almost too many times to count, really.
Yeah, yes, sir.
And each time she said, "Is he dead?" what was her tone of voice?
Screaming very loudly.
So isn't there another way of finding this out? If it's your boyfriend, approach him. I mean, you're there. Isn't the best way to find that out is to look at him, to examine him, not to almost shout at someone else that's arriving. Can you tell me? Because I don't know. Isn't that what this whole pantomime is about? Is to say, I don't know what happened to him. Can you tell me?
Time she said, "Is that my boyfriend?" what was her tone of voice?
Same.
And you got there not long after Officer Surratt, correct?
Correct.
In any of during the time, let's strike that. During the time.
I don't think she was still drunk.
And you heard Karen Reed screaming and yelling in this distraught and hysterical manner. You never once heard her say, "I did it," correct?
I did not.
You never once heard her say, "It's my fault," correct?
I did not.
You never once heard her say, "I hit him, I hit him, I hit him," correct?
I did not.
If you had heard any of those statements, you would have recognized that those would have been important to note, correct?
Sir.
And you would.
I must say, I personally don't think this is very helpful for the defense. They are, in a way, jumping the gun because that is going to be the testimony of, I'm not sure if it's the fire department or EMS, but certainly I think it was a paramedic that heard her saying, I did it. And so him already seeding that with the jury preemptively, I actually don't think is a very good idea. I would say you've just shot your case in the foot a little bit there, personally.
Would have noted those in your police report, obviously, correct?
Yes.
Because you know that when you are drafting a police report, you want to include all the important details, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you want to be precise and accurate, correct?
Yes.
And so you didn't put those statements in your report because you never heard those statements come out of Karen Reed's mouth.
Yes, sir.
Now, while you were on scene, at some point in time, you were asked to participate in a search for evidence on that front line. Were you not?
I was standing by. I didn't directly search for anything that I recall.
All right. And when you say you were standing by the area where John O'Keefe's body had been, correct? Yes. And how close were you to that area?
I was like right off the curb at that point.
How many feet from where the body had been?
10 to 12 feet.
Okay, so maybe about the same distance as when I walked toward you, around that distance?
Yeah, yes, sir.
And how much time did you spend around that distance from where John O'Keefe's body is?
I don't recall.
You were there for 2 hours, correct?
Yes.
So is it fair to say that you were sort of in and around that area multiple times during that 2 hours?
Yes.
Thanks a lot, Shakedown. Also good to have you here with us.
Did you ever see anybody put up any crime scene tape at all?
I don't recall that.
You recall other officers sort of searching that area, correct?
Yes.
And while you were near that area, you were certainly paying attention to it, correct?
Yes.
Did you see officers use any equipment to clear some of the snow in that area?
Yes, sir.
What did you see?
There's a leaf blower.
Where
A
did that
leaf blower,
blower
jeez.
come from?
I don't know.
Who had the leaf blower?
I believe it was Lieutenant Gallagher.
When did Lieutenant Gallagher arrive on scene?
Have you ever used a leaf blower for snow? I mean, does it have a warm setting?
45 minutes after I did, approximately. I don't recall the exact time.
And how big was that leaf blower?
Not too big. It was
Was
Sure, it wasn't a hairdryer. That's crazy.
handable.
Who used the leaf blower?
Lieutenant Gallagher.
At what area or on what area did you use that leaf blower?
The front lawn.
And would that
What?
have been around the area where John O'Keefe's body had been?
Yes.
And you were watching him as he did that, correct?
Yes.
What other officers were in that area sort of watching what was going on or participating in the search for what was going on?
Don't necessarily recall where everybody was, but I believe it would be Sergeant Link and Sergeant Good.
And they were superior officers, correct?
Correct.
And you understood that these, brother officers of yours were looking for evidence, right?
Yes.
They were looking for clues about potentially what had happened to John O'Keefe, correct?
Yes.
And you were paying attention too as they were doing their work, correct?
Yes.
You were looking for anything that might have been out of place, correct?
Yes.
If there was something large there that didn't appear to, be appropriate for the front lawn, you would have made note of that, correct?
Yes.
And if there was something small there, you would have still made note of that if it didn't appear to belong on the front lawn, correct?
Yes.
At any point in time, either before or after the leaf blower was taken out by Lieutenant Gallagher, did you see 45 pieces of bright red, black, and clear plastic pieces scattered all over the scene?
I did not.
Did you find or see even one piece of broken plastic?
I did not.
Now, when you came to the scene, John O'Keefe was still lying on the ground, correct?
Yes.
Did you see whether or not there were any blankets on scene?
No.
Did you know that one of the women on scene had a sister who lived in that very house?
I did not.
When you were,
That's quite an interesting question. Did anyone have a blanket on scene? So in other words, was there any attempt to, you would think that's like the most obvious thing. Someone is lying out there in the cold, right? And it is very cold. And you would think the first thing you would do is wrap them in a blanket. The second would be to move them to somewhere warm, like a vehicle or inside a home. I think the other thing that's not really being acknowledged here is if John had died outside, and let's say he died at 2 o'clock in the morning, and if he'd been out for say 3 to 4 hours, then you would have rigor mortis, but he would also be kind of frozen. And so if you try to move him, he would be like this stick man. It'd be rigid. And so the idea that he's still alive would also be completely ridiculous because rigor has set in. So you wouldn't be thinking, is he still alive? And you also wouldn't be thinking, I need to warm him up, because if he was rigid like that, you would know there would be no chance of life, right?
speaking with Jennifer McCabe, at any point, did you learn whether she had actually gone into that house?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you see Jennifer McCabe approach that house at any point when you were on scene?
No.
Were you alerted at any point by anyone that she went into that house while you were on scene?
No.
Did you ever see Jennifer McCabe come out of that house with blankets or anything else that might comfort Donald?
No.
That's a leading question as
What
well.
was your state of mind regarding whether there were any first responders in that house?
Wasn't aware of that.
Nobody told you.
No.
You had testified that at one point you saw Karen Reed being escorted into a motor vehicle,
Yes.
and that was one of the women on scene, her motor vehicle.
Yes, so either that or a cruiser,
All right.
both kind of the same area.
But you'll agree with me, at no point in time did you see Karen Reed and Jennifer McCabe in a vehicle together.
Not that I recall, no.
And at no point in time did you ever hear Karen Reed ask Jennifer McCabe to Google anything?
No.
I'm at the moment now.
Yes.
I'm really surprised that this defense lawyer is so preemptive. I don't think it's a really good strategy. But I guess we'll see.
Councilman Lane. Been to other scenes in which there is a deceased person on scene, family member.
Yes.
Of those other scenes, everybody who's a friend or a family member of the person who is injured, deceased, do they all react the same?
No.
Every single one of them screaming and yelling different things?
No.
There are actually 3 women on scene that morning, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So there was Jennifer McCabe, the defendant, Ms. Reed, and there was Terry Roberts, correct?
Correct.
And did you see any blood on Ms. Roberts's face or hair?
No.
Was she screaming and yelling things and moving around the scene?
No.
Now, as far as the residents in 34 Fairview Road, did you see anybody go in or come out of that residence during the time that you were on scene?
No.
And as far as any of the other residences on the entire rest of the street, did you see any of the neighbors or anybody else come outside at any point in time?
I did not.
So one question, if I might
Okay,
request.
sure.
And I don't mean to be a wise guy, sir, but did any of the other neighbors on the entire street have the body of a dead police officer on their front lawn?
Objection.
All right, so that's sustained. All right. You are all set, sir.
Thank you.
All right, folks, it's 11 o'clock. We'll take our morning recess, 15 minutes.
Okay, so someone has just mentioned the sound being not really very good. I do actually have this, but unfortunately my phone doesn't. This doesn't work on my phone, and it doesn't work on my laptop. This kind of socket. So in order to use the system's audio, I need, and for me to be able to hear, I need to get an earphone that plugs directly into my phone. Of course, then I can't charge my phone. It doesn't really work on my laptop. This doesn't work on my laptop either. My laptop doesn't actually have an audio plug. So certainly not one with a sort of jack. So that's why there's a bit of a audio issue. I will be covering this trial tomorrow, but I'm not going to be covering it Thursday or Friday, and then I may not cover it again for some time. I've got to say it annoys me. You try and cover a trial, and then people are like, I can't hear or I can't see, even though you're sitting there doing the work for hours. It seems very, it seems kind of unfair. I will try and sort out the plug-in issue. I actually do have the right equipment, but I don't have it with me. It's in South Africa. I bought like 3 different earphones. I've actually also got these really expensive ones. You can see that. But the issue with this is that's why my computer doesn't recognize this. So I'm not sure if I've got to install a driver. I can hear that from my phone. The problem is if I do it during a live, you can have a situation where for 10 minutes or 20 minutes, you might say, well, I can't hear you. And so I don't know, I'm trying to make the best of a kind of a little bit of a difficult situation. I can hear obviously from my computer there is no microphone for the podium, so you hear the judge quite clearly. You don't hear either of the lawyers that clearly, although you do hear Nettie quite well. But yeah, definitely is quite annoying. Definitely is quite annoying. It would be nice to cover a trial where I don't have to worry about the audio or the picture, but it seems like it's a constant nuisance. Yeah, so Mira says, she went to another channel and the audio is much better. Unfortunately, I can't do anything about the audio right now. If I spend my afternoon looking for the jack, I suppose I could do that. I don't mean to be nasty, but there are only 80 people in chat as it is, so I don't know if I'm going to spend my afternoon trying to find something, and which I might not find. I'm not from Myrtle Beach, so I'm not sure if I'm going to do that. But I'm aware of the issue, and we'll see what we can do about it. Just a reminder, the trial only today, day 2, is only going on until, what is it, 1 o'clock. So I'm only going to be here until 1, and then I'll see you guys again for day 3. But after that, I guess we'll see. I'm going to Charleston on Thursday and Friday, and then I'm going to Cape Canaveral on Monday. And it's doubtful that I'm going to be continuing coverage of this case while I'm in Kissimmee and Orlando and so on. So, I was hoping to get to at least 100 people watching, and we're not even at that point. So let's have a look at some of your comments. Nan says your sound is okay. I must say, I think the visuals from this trial are really good. Really good sort of focused view of the defendant. It's really good to be able to see her very, very clearly. The exhibits are easy to see as well. Pauline says, will you be doing an analysis of the Morphew autopsy and clothing? Well, that I just posted my second video on that. So I don't know if you guys haven't watched it, you should check it out. I've read the full 4-page autopsy report, and I've put some more information on that. Sybil says, I just bought new earbuds for sleeping, regular ones. Yeah, so I mean, what I need is a socket that plugs into my phone. It basically looks like this. Looks like, can you guys see that? It looks like that. Not like that. And you know, the old phones often came with 2 sockets. This one doesn't. Like I said, I do have these earbuds, and I'm sure there's a way that the audio from the computer could go into this. I just haven't figured it out yet. Unfortunately, these earbuds are, because they're quite expensive, they also come with additional layers of complexity. Like I think you need a driver. I've done things like, what do they call it, pairing, but it still doesn't work. So it's a little bit difficult because you kind of have a situation with StreamYard where StreamYard wants to select from certain devices. And although it may seem quite straightforward, just use this, it just doesn't actually work. Anyway, maybe in time I'll be a little bit better at it. Jazzy says, yeah. Unfortunately, when I travel, I've got a different system to my YouTube studio at home, and it does come with issues. Sometimes it's an internet connection that's too slow. Sometimes it's, yeah. I mean, I had the problem in Namibia where it was both a slow internet connection and echoes. I don't know if you guys remember, there was a serious echo problem there, which, because I was with Brian, he was actually able to loan me some speakers. Kara says, please don't cover the case while you are in Florida. Focus on Florida. Don't worry, now we'll do that. So Monday, May 6th, I'll be in Cape Canaveral, and so I won't actually be working. I'll be attending a rocket launch, a manned rocket launch by Boeing. It's a joint venture between Boeing and NASA. But then after that, I'll be doing a sort of true crime, going on a bit of a true crime adventure. Yeah. What I may do is do a recap of the day's events. Like if there's something very newsworthy, I might cover it like in a 10-minute YouTube video. So, I am interested in this case, and I'm really concerned that, are people going to be convinced by facts or convinced by conspiracies? I am a bit concerned by that. I think that's a valid question. Why they're not objecting? I do think they do need to be objecting more than they are. So I guess we'll see whether that happens. SpaceX is not involved in that, not at all. You are a great community. You are a great community. I don't know if I mentioned this earlier. I am thinking about being in Colorado on May 11th to honor Suzanne Morphew. It's a case that has kind of touched me. I've been to the Morphew home, or close to the Morphew home, the area where a bike was found, Moffat. I've actually been there, the Salida area anyway, twice already. This will be my third visit. Regular earphones with a long cord. Are you talking about these? Yeah, unfortunately, I have other earphones, but I didn't bring all of them with me. I mean, I've got a whole bag full of wires and gadgets. I just couldn't bring literally everything that I had. But I mean, it is something I need to solve for the future. So, it's important that you guys let me know so that I can try and figure it out, but it's also a bummer. Yeah, I mean, not everyone wants to watch or can watch 5-hour live. So, that's also the issue. Guys, I haven't actually had breakfast, so I'm going to take 5 minutes and just eat some watermelon and so on. I'll see you guys in a couple of minutes. Yes, we are back.
Progresses down to
We are
how
back.
those illnesses can progress and the natures of illness. Once that's kind of understood, then we advance on to pharmacology and interventions, just basic interventions that you can do. And then the basic interventions are further progressed into more advanced interventions throughout the program. Once you complete your didactic portion, where all that is kind of in the books, you then progress to clinical time in hospital. I can't speak to the hours off the top of my head. I can't remember, but many hours in the hospital, and then you progress to your field ride time, where you're in the back of an ALS ambulance with a preceptor, performing those skills, being evaluated, and being watched to make sure you're not causing any harm or going down the wrong treatment pathways. From there, once you complete that, you sit your national paramedic written. I'm a nationally certified paramedic, so I had to sit that written, and then finally a practical examination. And once you pass all that, you're certified to be a paramedic.
And so with respect to both your training as far as becoming an EMT and then training as far as becoming a paramedic, there's sort of a written portion and practical portion as well. Is that correct?
Correct.
Use the term in there as far as a preceptor. What exactly does that mean?
So a preceptor is a senior paramedic who's been practicing for, it varies from place to place, but the standard is usually 3 to 5 years, who will watch you to make sure that you're not, like I said, drifting down the wrong path in terms of treatment, making sure that your care is adequate and not doing any harm. My preceptors that I was with, they were medics in the city of Brockton, so they had been around for a little while, and they were excellent at what they did, and they taught me quite a bit. I learned quite a bit in my ride time from them.
In your role, post getting your certification in regard to those, have you acted as a preceptor for other sort of younger, less experienced?
Yeah, so I was a field training officer for the Cataldo for a brief stint right before I left the company, and I am currently a field training officer for the town of Canton.
And with respect to those certifications, is that sort of like a one-time blessing in perpetuity, or is there a continuing educational recertification process?
Right now for the town of Canton, that's a bidded position. I submitted an application writing, and I was selected. So I am currently on my group. I am our field training officer for my group 2.
And on my fault, for question. I was asking sort of more in general. So you're on the sort of preceptor sort of faction of that. Just in regard to, in general, being an EMT and a paramedic, as far as your certification, is that something that you have continue? Is there any sort of recertification process? How often?
Oh, I apologize. Okay, yes. So every 2 years, we're required, both by the national component and the state component, to complete certain amount of hours per year for your recertification. I actually just recently recertified in March. I can't speak to the exact number of hours, but there's a national component, state component, and a local component, and the trainings are quite in depth.
Now, turning your attention to your work with the Canton Fire Department, how many fire stations are there within the town?
We have 2 fire stations.
Where are they located?
Station 1 is 99 Revere Street, and Station 2 is 7 Sassamon Street.
And when you're working with Canton Fire Departments, is there a typical kind of schedule or shift schedule that you're working on?
So my work schedule is I work 1 24-hour shift, 1 24-hour off, 1 24-hour shift on, and then 5 consecutive 24s off.
And as far as a 24-hour shift, what time to what time is that run?
For us, we report at 0800 to 0800.
8 a.m. to 8 a.m.
Yes.
And within both of those station houses, how much sort of apparatus or how many different sort of vehicles and apparatus have those stations?
For Station 1, 99 Revere Street, we have Car 5 staffed with a captain. We have Engine 3 staffed with 1 lieutenant, 2 firefighters, and Ambulance 1, who is staffed with two firefighters. We do have a PB waiver, so we will run paramedic basic on Ambulance 1. However, that is primarily a double medic ambulance. And for Station 2, it's a very similar setup. It is Engine 4 with 2 firefighters and a lieutenant, and Ambulance 2 with the same setup as Ambulance 1. Both those stations also have ladders that run out of them, Ladder 1 and Ladder 2 respectively. And the crews from Ambulance 1 or Ambulance 2 will cross span those ladders as needed.
Now, with respect, I'd like to turn your attention to January 28th into January 29th, so Friday and Saturday, all 2022, all those days, working one of those days.
I was scheduled to work the morning of the 29th, I believe.
You're scheduled to work essentially in the morning, 8 a.m. on the 29th, or 8 a.m. on the 30th. And prior to the 28th, sort of going into the 29th, what, if anything, are you aware of as far as weather that is forecasted or what have you come?
I was aware that there was a significant storm, supposedly. Well, there was a significant storm coming through. I woke up very early that morning just to check. I took a peek outside of my house. I live in the city of Brockton. I noticed that the conditions were, it was starting to snow a little bit. So I got up early and got ready for work and left earlier than I normally do.
And about what time, which station were you assigned?
I was at Station 1, 99 Revere Street, and I was on Ambulance 1 for the day.
And about what time did you arrive at Station
3? Due to the inclement weather, I believe I arrived several hours early. I showed up to the station around 5:45, 5:50 that morning.
And around the time that you were driving from your home to Station 1 in Canton, what, if anything, did you know as far as sort of driving visibility?
The snow was starting to accumulate. The roads, I drove through several towns. The roads were starting to be treated, but they weren't pristine. There was obviously a buildup of snow starting on my ride, which was part of the reason I left early, just either to relieve people if they needed to get out before the storm really hit, or just to help them with snow removal.
To that point, when it comes to sort of snow removal at the fire station, what, if any, sort of duties or responsibilities yourself and the other firefighters have in relation to snow around the station?
So we're responsible around the station to keep what we refer to as the apron clear of snow. The apron is where we back our fire trucks into and out of the station. So we remove all that ourselves. We have a plow truck. However, we'll also shovel walkways and stuff for the public if they need to get in. So that was one of the primary, for the crew was actually outside removing snow when I pulled in to the station that morning.
Maybe pretty self-explanatory, but as far as the apron itself, why is it so necessary that the apron remain clear as far as snow is?
Just to maintain a path for the emergency apparatus to get in and out in a timely manner.
Now, beyond sort of the snow accumulation that you noted on your way to work that day, what if anything else you note as far as the weather conditions, whether it be temperature, winds, anything to that effect?
They were approaching blizzard conditions. It was windy. It was still very early in the morning, so it was quite dark, and it was windy and snowy. So we were approaching blizzard conditions, like I said.
When you arrived there, did a call come into your station sometime around or shortly after 6 o'clock in the morning on the 29th?
Yeah, I arrived, as I previously stated, around 5:50. I had put my gear, my firefighting structural gear, out with ambulance one, just in the event that there was an emergency. And as I was doing that, the emergency tones went off for a medical.
Do you recall what was the report in regard to what was dispatch in regard to as far as medical was concerned?
The overhead dispatch came in as a unresponsive male in a snowbank at 34 Fairview Road, outside. Unclear any further information. So when that came on, we had one of the paramedics that morning and one of the firefighters, who was a relatively new firefighter. I made the decision to step on the ambulance to provide an extra set of hands as one of the more senior paramedics in the station at the time.
Correct me if I'm wrong, when you step onto the ambulance, you're essentially still sort of getting your gear on and getting prepped.
Correct. I was, as the tones were going off, and because I came in so early, I was still in civilian clothing. I had a Canton Fire t-shirt on. So I actually donned my turnout gear for that call.
And as far as the other individuals on that ambulance one that were going to that call as well, who were they?
So it was firefighter paramedic Anthony Flamati and firefighter EMT Matt Kelly.
And Mr. Kelly, he was sort of the less experienced one at that time, is that correct?
Correct.
So you get into the back of the ambulance and start going. Now, as far as other sort of vehicles or apparatus, if anyone, or what if any other sort of vehicle dispatched on this call?
The initial dispatch was Canton Engine 3 and Canton Ambulance 1. Due to the severity of the call, depending on how it comes in, the shift commander, which is car 5, he will usually respond to any significant incident. So he also added himself to the call, just as a senior officer with us. So the final dispatch, I believe, was car 5, engine 3, and ambulance 1.
You know who was on engine 3 was in car 5?
Car 5 was Captain Robery. Engine 3 was Lieutenant Greg Woodbury, firefighter Frank Walsh, and firefighter.
As far as the ambulance one that you were in, obviously there's somebody driving, there's somebody in the front passenger seat, correct?
Correct.
Who was driving? Who was in the front passenger?
I don't want to speak out of turn. I honestly can't tell you who was driving. I was in the back. I was in the back patient compartment of the ambulance, just because there's only 2 seats up front, so I hopped in the back.
And so when you're in the back of the ambulance, you're going to the call, what is it that you're doing for preparation for arrival?
So as I previously stated, I came in early, so I was donning my turnout gear. I had my boots and structural firefighting pants on. So I finished putting those on, and I put the rest of my gear in the back. And as we were driving to the scene of the incident, I started prepping the gear that we were going to need off the initial dispatch and unresponsive mail and snow. So I grabbed our first in bag, which has miscellaneous medical supplies, some IV supplies, and interosseous drill kit. The airway bag, which has just a bottle of oxygen, and then quite a bit of airway management supplies, and our cardiac monitor. So I had all of those prepped out and ready to go. So as soon as the ambulance was in park, we could step right out, ascertain what we had, and go from there. So when the ambulance arrived on scene, I had all three of those bags on my person, and we were able to, the entire ambulance crew was able to step out and provide patient care.
And as far as if you know approximately how much time elapsed, from the time that you hear sort of the sound go off and you get in the ambulance to the time that you arrive on scene.
I couldn't give you an accurate estimation of the time. Like I said, I was in the back. I was trying to prep everything and get myself kind of prepped just in terms of appropriate attire. So I couldn't give you a fair estimate and get myself kind of
As
prepped.
far as when you arrive on scene, you step out of the back of the ambulance, is that correct?
Yes.
As far as the weather conditions, where you were on ferry, what if any difference was there between the weather conditions there versus the weather conditions when you were arriving at the station?
I remember, as I previously stated, I remember it was still very dark. The sun was not up yet. I remember the wind. It was quite windy that morning. The wind had, in my opinion, had seemed to have picked up since my drive in, and the snow was increased.
So when you step out of the ambulance, can you describe to the jury sort of where you go and sort of what is it that you first see when you get up?
So I stepped out of the ambulance and came around with all three bags. I could hear a commotion. I could hear some screaming off in the distance. I couldn't really tell you where it was coming from because it was still quite dark. Came around the passenger side of the ambulance, walked in front of the ambulance, and there was a small huddle of three individuals and what appeared to be a human form laying in snow. So we made our way over to that and went from there.
And when you come around the passenger side of the ambulance, you observe that inside there, are you sort of turning left or right, or how are you heading around?
I came out of the ambulance on the passenger side and I took a left.
And you make your way over to the patient on the ground, is that correct?
Correct.
And as far as the other people that you observed around the patient, how would you, or what if any description you have of those?
There were three individuals. I believe they were all three of them were female. My primary focus was the individual in the snow on the ground. I went right to him. I kind of bypassed everybody from there and went directly to that individual.
Is that sort of typically how you approach a scene, sort of tunnel vision identification?
Typically on a call like that, where if somebody's unresponsive on the ground, you typically go directly to the patient and ascertain.
So let's see how long it takes for him to ascertain that John is deceased. Does he take a long time? Is he not sure, or is it instant?
And if they are breathing and if they have signs of life, because that is a time-sensitive matter.
And as far as the individual, not then, but at some point subsequent, learned the identity of the person on the ground.
It did. There was Officer O'Keefe, John O'Keefe.
How was Officer Mr. O'Keefe's body positioned in relation to the ground in the first place?
So I found him supine, laying in the snow. Immediately went to him and checked him for signs of life. We found none. We found no breathing, no pulse. So we immediately began performing high quality CPR. I was at the head of the individual, so I immediately grabbed out of our airway bag a bag valve mask and began ventilating the patient, trying to get some oxygen into him while the others on scene, like I said, began high quality CPR.
Again, maybe pretty well understood. When you use the term supine, what exactly?
He was laying on his back.
Laying on his back, head sort of facing up, is that correct?
Correct.
And when you are responding to a call of this nature, there's you and there's other individuals.
Take care, Eric.
Correct.
See you soon.
Division as far as treatment and diagnosis and things of that nature are concerned. The other people on the ambulance.
So typically, just to use the scenario of a cardiac arrest with two paramedics, it's generally split into the airway individual or the airway monitor and the, lack of a better term, code monitor. The airway individual will be responsible for ventilation and eventually advanced airway placement. The other part of that equation will monitor cardiac status, cardiac activity. They will deliver medications and a route for those medications, and they will work together to monitor that patient throughout. As I said, I was on the head. I just happened to fall at the head. So I took the ventilation portion of that.
You use the term as far as back valve map.
Yep.
Correct.
Right.
Explain to the jury sort of what that is.
All that is it's, for lack of a better term, it's basically a glorified balloon with a mask on it. When you
I don't know why the prosecution doesn't ask the obvious question. How did he appear? When you saw his face, what did you see? Also, what did you assume had happened to him?
squeeze that bag that forces air into the airway, so you can ventilate an individual who is no longer breathing on their own.
And as far as obviously with the work with fire department, there are sort of records, reports that are written in regards to treatment of different individuals on any given phone, correct?
Correct.
Or an acronym that's used in those reports as far as back valve maps.
BVM.
And coming back to sort of when you initially approached where Mr. O'Keefe is, if you know about how far away from where is he in relation to people? I mean, back up. So you arrive at this residence at 34 Fairview, correct?
Yep.
So if I'm standing on the street and I'm facing Fairview Road, is Mr. O'Keefe's body to the left, the right, center, or center?
I would say to the left of center.
And what, if anything, did you sort of note or observe sort of in the general area as far as where Mr. O'Keefe was?
In terms of when I got to him?
Yeah.
So when I first got to him, we checked for signs of life, and I was, as stated, at the head. There was a small pool of blood that seemed to be underneath him. It was hard to ascertain, again, because of the conditions. It was still very dark. It was snowing, and it was quite windy. So we were able to check the area as best we could with our handheld lights. But that was one of the things that I noted. There was a pool of blood.
Now,
Okay, again, I'm not very happy with this. I would say, okay, where's the pool of blood? Is it under his hands? Is it under his arm? Is it under his feet? Is it under his butt? Is it under his shoulder? And the answer is, it was under his head. That's quite important.
where Mr. O'Keefe's body was in relation to the roadway, where was it in relation to the roadway?
I estimated it at about where the sidewalk met the front lawn of that residence. That would be my best estimation.
Do you have any guesstimate as far as footage or anything else?
I would say about 6-8 feet, perhaps.
Approximately.
So it was, the correct answer is it was 12 feet, but I'm not sure if they're measuring it to his head or to his feet.
Yeah. Correct.
So you indicated that, so what are the first things that you're checking as far as when you first arrive at a patient?
I'm sorry, can you repeat?
That's okay. So as far as when you, let me back up for just one second. So you use the term in there as far as cardiac, correct?
Correct.
Explain to the jury what you understand that term based on your training.
Oh, stop beating.
Cardiac arrest is the cessation of a stable cardiac rhythm in terms of life. Typically, it's either asystole, pulseless electrical activity, or VFib or VTAC. Typically, you ascertain that, but there's no pulse. you check any of the pulses, be it a femoral pulse, a carotid pulse, or a radial pulse, you will find nothing. And when that is found, you go to life-saving measures, which is CPR.
Just in reference, one other term as far as this.
So that is quite a important, sorry, it's this one I want to highlight. That is quite an important thing. You know, if there's blood underneath him, you would want to know, for example, is it a lot of blood or just a couple of drops? If there's a lot of blood, then it's more likely that he died in situ, that he died where he fell, and that he bled where he fell. Because, and the other thing you would want to look at, is there a blood trail leading from the house to where he is? What do you think is the answer to that? Good point, Kerry Gold.
Asystole, to put it as clear as I can, is a flat line. There's no electrical activity in the heart.
And so you're working sort of at the head of Mr. O'Keefe, is that correct?
Correct.
Sort of while he's still on the ground, and what is it that you're specifically sort of doing in reference to church?
So I was, as we talked about earlier, I had a BBM, bag valve mask, and I had Mr. O'Keefe, I was ventilating him. So I had the mask on his face, and I was giving him positive pressure breaths with that BBM.
And as you're doing that, what, if anything else, did you observe beyond sort of blood-borne as far as any tactile observations you made of Mr. O'Keefe and visual observations you made of Mr. O'Keefe at that point outside of him?
He was dressed for the weather. He had several layers on. Other than that, our primary focus was kind of getting him extricated and out of the elements, just because it was, as stated, conditions were suboptimal, and we wanted to get him into an environment with better lighting and some heat, so we could further assess if he had any injuries and go from there.
And so the other firefighters, paramedics, excuse me, that are on the ambulance with you while you're doing sort of that valve mask, and what if anything are they?
I believe the other firefighters that were dispatched, they were getting extrication equipment. I believe we put this individual on what we refer to as a scoop stretcher, which is basically a long plastic stretcher that we can roll an individual onto and then just pick him up, just for our safety and the safety of the patient. It's just really just a long board that we can pick up and then put onto our ambulance stretcher. So somebody was grabbing the scoop stretcher, somebody else was grabbing the ambulance stretcher, and I believe that was a coordinated effort on their part.
And I apologize to keep going back and forth, but if I could take you back one moment before that. So when you first sort of arrived, Mr. O'Keefe, you mentioned that there were 3 females sort of huddled around. Is that correct?
Correct.
What, if anything, did you observe any of those females doing with respect to Mr. O'Keefe when you first got there?
That group seemed to be agitated. There was it was a scene of heightened emotions. There was, as I stated, when I stepped out of the ambulance, I could hear screaming, I could hear people yelling, and it seemed just to be, that group was just quite agitated.
Now, at some point you are able to get them on this stretcher and then over to the ambulance, right?
Correct.
And when you get to the ambulance, what, if anything, as far as what, if any, difference was there lighting in the back of the ambulance versus on the front lawn?
The lighting was significantly better. All of our ambulances have fluorescent lighting in the ceiling of the ambulance, so those were on, and we were able to see that there was some more injuries once we were able to get him out of his winter clothing.
So if you think about it, his job is to kind of assess the injuries to a person, and he can't really see that. He can't see the injuries because it's dark, because it's before dawn, and because there's a blizzard, and because there's snow, right? And So how are you supposed to see small fragments of plastic if you can't even see the injuries on a person's face? And so he says, once they got him into the ambulance, then they could actually see, they had a better idea of what they were dealing with.
And so to that point, sort of first get into that. What is sort of protocol? What is that each course?
So the biggest priority is continuous high quality CPR. And that is the biggest thing with any cardiac arrest is uninterruption of compressions. So when we got him into the back of the ambulance, we continued CPR throughout. So while multiple people were performing CPR and eventually a mechanical CPR device was applied, those compressions were uninterrupted and others were removing clothing, I honestly couldn't tell you the number of articles of clothing, but I believe a winter jacket and sweatshirt were removed, and then eventually he was all the clothing was removed, and that's protocol for any cardiac arrest or any traumatic injury is usually all clothing is removed so we can have unfettered access to the individual to see if there are any other injuries.
And why is that protocol?
There is, you mentioned earlier, sir, that there is tunnel vision. The absence of clothing kind of helps to remove that so you can see everything. You can assess everything.
And you mentioned sort of a mechanical means of CPR. Is there a specific device that's used for that?
Yes, we use a Lucas device manufactured by Stryker, and for lack of a better term, it's basically just a plunger that does CPR. It frees up a set of hands for us, and that can provide CPR uninterrupted as long as the batteries last.
Now, at the time that you get him to Dennis O'Keefe in the back of the ambulance, what, if anything, did you know at that time or at any subsequent time in regards to football?
To be candid, I wasn't really looking at the footwear. I believe it was brought to my attention when we eventually transferred patient care to Samaritan Medical Center that the individual was missing a shoe. However, that wasn't my primary focus at the time.
And the items of clothing that were removed from within the ambulance, eventually when you transfer that patient care to the hospital, what if anything happens?
In terms of the chain of custody of the clothing, that is typically brought in either with the individual or after, and that is usually deposited on the floor of the room where that patient is, and then the hospital takes custody of it. Occasionally we'll put it in bags. However, I could not speak to where that clothing went on this case.
But fair to say whatever clothing was taken off the ambulance left the ambulance at some
Correct.
went to the hospital, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, when you have Mr. O'Keefe in the back of the ambulance, the light in his step, what if anything you observe following sort of the removal of the clothing as far as what if anything you observe?
He was noted to have, and I was right at the head, he was noted to have a hematoma on the right side of his face, just above his eye on his forehead. And there was scratches on the right arm, right upper arm.
And the term as far as hematoma, can you explain what you understand that term to?
For lack of a better term, it's just an egg. He had a pretty good egg on his head.
And as far as anything beyond that, observe anything, we note anything beyond the egg on the head, scratch up right up?
As we got further down our treatment modality, we went to placed an advanced airway. It was noted to have some blood, some mucus, and some bile in the back of his airway that was then suctioned out before we replaced our endotracheal tube.
And what is an endotracheal?
So an endotracheal tube is basically, it's just a plastic tube that is passed through the mouth into the trachea through the vocal cords. It's a definitive airway, if you will. It isolates the trachea so you can better ventilate your patient, and you don't have to worry about any air getting into the stomach, any gastric insufflation. And that is the gold standard for cardiac arrest, is a properly placed intratracheal tube.
Mentioned there were some substances that were suction on the airway. Is that correct? What were they again? I'm sorry.
I believe it was blood, bile, and mucus.
Do you have any idea how much of that was suction?
I couldn't give you an exact number, but it was enough that we needed to set up a suction suction system to remove it before we intubated.
Just turning briefly again to the beyond for injuries that you observed on the right.
Alina Hutchins was also intubated.
On the left.
I don't believe I saw any, to my knowledge.
As far as your memory, as far as his right arm, how far did it sort of extend? Where was it located? Sort of upper arm, lower arm, both, or where was it?
I believe it was just below his shoulder. They ran, I would say, probably 3 or 4 inches, from, I would say, above the shoulder right down to maybe 2 inches above the elbow.
As far as what if any observations you make of that?
Initially, it was noted to be very cold. The individual was cold all around to the touch, but his nose was also quite cold, quite white, just because he had been in the elements for a little while. Appeared to be a little bit of blood on his nose as well. Yeah.
And through your training experience, are you familiar with a term or a device known as an OPA?
Correct. Yes.
Explain to jury sort of what OPA stands for and what is that device?
So an OPA, or oral pharyngeal airway, is basically a small plastic device that is curved, and when inserted into the mouth, all it does is it prevents the tongue from falling backwards into the airway and occluding the airway. It's relatively simple, but it's very effective in keeping an airway open.
Turning back for one moment to the injuries that you observed on the piece right on, were those injuries that were actively bleeding at the time that you observed them?
No.
What, if anything, did you observe as that reference to those injuries on that?
Those injuries seem to have been congealed. In my opinion, it looked like they'd been cold, which could have aided in the clotting of those injuries. But when we observed them, they were not bleeding.
Also important, he'd been dead for some hours.
As far as digits and
So all of his digits on the upper extremities were noted to, they were very cold. They were immobile. They were very stiff. I'm presuming due to the exposure, because we did, when we got him onto the ambulance, when we were removing clothing, it was noted that all of his digits were very stiff. They were immobile, and it caused a little bit of problems just trying to get clothing off of him, just because they were so stiff.
taking you back outside of the ambulance just for a moment, you're sort of initially there and you did your assessment and the 3 females are your general, correct?
Correct.
At some point, you or any of the other paramedics who's on scene, ask them any questions about what had happened or anything.
So as I was ventilating at the head, there was a small delay in just getting equipment, nothing significant, just enough time that as I was ventilating, I was able to ask, did anybody see anything? What happened?
And
there was an individual that replied several times, I hit him.
You know that individual at that time?
I did not.
Describe.
He seems quite sure, right?
I would describe her as mid-40s, average build, average height.
So this is potentially an extremely damaging witness for the defense. If you take that statement out of context and you say, okay, maybe she didn't say that, but think about everything else this guy has said. Doesn't he seem believable? Doesn't he seem credible? Doesn't he seem to have great attention to detail? Doesn't he seem to be very clear and sensitive to small aspects? I mean, this guy's got an incredibly good recall. He's got a really great detailed memory. Some people have it, some people don't. He remembers this very, very specifically, right? And so obviously the defense are going to try and discredit him as well. And the problem that they have is he's not a police officer. So that's where the whole thing starts to stretch now a little. Is this guy part of the conspiracy as well? Did he make it up that she said, I hit him, I hit him?
And the other two, very similar.
With reference to that statement, if that's something that she said once or more than once.
It was several times.
And so if you think about it, she also said things several times to the other officer. Remember, she said it more than 10 times, I think, is he alive, right? And so the idea that he said, I hit him several times does make sense. That was the style that she was kind of being hysterical, right? It almost seems as though at this point, Karen, and I'm speculating, may have felt remorse for what she did and was also kind of innocently trying to, I guess, patch things up. And then perhaps only later on did she realize, well, I could actually be charged with a crime. And that's when things went from there onwards, right? What's the other thing? The fact that she said, I hit him not once, but several times, means that it's harder to say that, no, that she didn't say, I hit him. She said, I missed him. You know, the fact that she repeated that several times means you would be more inclined to know exactly what she said if she said the same thing several times.
As far as the tone or loud.
As previously stated, they seemed to be erratic. There was a lot going on in that scene. It did seem to be said over and over and at varying volumes. And then there was just a lot of everybody appeared to be quite flustered.
Now, you could argue that this is the end of the trial. That the question is, did Karen Reid hit John O'Keefe, or was there some huge police conspiracy involving a dog and also involving the fire brigade and also involving God knows who, right? Is it the one or the other? And I've actually said this a couple of times. It's not a very complicated case. It's quite straightforward. But if you want to make it this big, complicated, convoluted conspiracy, you can. I'm just saying, yeah, you potentially have the end of the case on day 2. He said it's from her words, not someone else said that or someone else heard that. He heard directly from her at the scene at the time, her saying not once, several times, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
Individual, one of the
the individual that said I hit him appeared to have some blood on her face, presumably for attempting CPR prior to our arrival.
and say presumably attempted. CPR. When you first arrived at, what if anything, you observed any, like with reference?
Mr. O'Keefe was not being touched by any individual when I first got to him. That whole group was kind of pacing around, lack of a better term, kind of running around in circles.
Yeah, that's exactly what it was. And I think that's more reference to Karen. He was running around in circles, not doing really anything specific, just, that kind of thing. Yeah, it's a straightforward case. I have to say, I don't really like to say this, but he's not as confident as he may seem. Every now and then he does have a bit of a nervous twitch. So I think if the defense can work on that, expose that nervousness, who knows, maybe they can get something out of this.
There was no interventions being done to Mr. O'Keefe when I got to him.
Clear sort of when you're in the back, fast forwarding now, sort of in the back of the ambulance, you're again sort of focused on the respiratory.
Correct.
Anyone else in the department is in the back of the ambulance, what if anything are they?
So at that point, I had myself and Nat Kelly, EMT Kelly. He was kind of with me for the head. One of the, for lack of a better term, easier operations of a cardiac arrest is ventilation. So Matt Kelly was assisting me with ventilations, just squeezing the BVM to provide ventilation. The lead paramedic for the cardiac arrest was Anthony Flamati. He was running everything else. He was running the application of the cardiac monitor. He was monitoring the status of medications being administered. He was assisted with that by Katie McLaughlin, Lieutenant Woodbury, and Firefighter Walsh.
At some point, the firefighter Flamati, at this point that you're in the back of the ambulance, you don't have any sort of demographic information in regard to your patient. Right?
Correct.
So what, if anything, did firefighter Flamati ask anybody else to do in regard to?
I believe he asked Firefighter McLaughlin to exit the ambulance and gather some information from the bystanders in terms of name, date of birth, any significant medical history or medications, just so we could further treat the patient.
And to the best of your knowledge, firefighter McLaughlin leads the ambulance to do that. Is that correct?
Correct.
You weren't present for any of that, right?
No.
So there's some period of time in the back of the ambulance, and then the transport to Good Samaritan happens. Is that correct?
Correct.
All where different people from your department were in relation to that transport to the hospital.
So the transport in the back in the patient compartment was myself, Firefighter Kelly, and Firefighter Flamati, with Firefighter McLaughlin driving ambulance 1.
Yes.
So when it comes to the report that you were testifying about before, there was a report generated in regard to this. Is that correct?
Correct.
And who has the sort of duty and responsibility of compiling?
That would have been Anthony Flamati.
And have you seen firefighter Flamati's report in relation to this incident?
I have.
May I approach you with this one?
Yes.
We have another 50 minutes of court time and remaining of trial day 2. That clock in court doesn't look accurate. It says 12:04 when it's actually, or is it accurate? My phone says 12:11. That's such a weird mic. You'd think with voice recognition that they could just automatically record.
Recognize that, sir?
I do.
What do you recognize?
This is what I believe to be the Enters report written by Captain Robery and the patient care report written by firefighter Flamati.
May I approach them?
Yes.
I'll proceed to introduce and admit as the next exhibit.
It's already pre-marked, or are you moving to introduce it now? Is there an objection?
I have to show you.
Okay.
Must say, folks from Boston have a slightly Canadian sounding accent. Has it been marked?
Patient care report.
That twang.
That will be marked, Madam Court Reporter,
Is
please.
it marked? Do Americans speak, do New Yorkers speak that way as well? Okay, we're going to look at an exhibit. This might be interesting.
Recognize what's in that photograph.
I do.
What do you recognize?
I believe that's B34 Fairview Road.
That is relative to fair and accurate trail, like around.
Yes.
Yeah, it is annoying and so unnecessary. I mean, America is such an advanced country, and to have such a silly thing absent from a courtroom.
And it's not, if I could ask you, using that laser pointer before you, well, first, I'm going to ask you to recognize what's up on the screen. Exhibit 18.
Yeah. Again, 34 Fairview Road.
And the area where you first observed the stroke, supine on the lawn, 15 around. See that area in this photograph?
I do.
We're using that laser pointer to register where the photograph.
I would say right around this general area, right about here.
But it could be a bit more. I mean, he just circled the whole lawn there. They should use a red marker, not a green marker that you can barely see.
I do.
When you recognize
That I believe to be is where we found Mr. O'Keefe.
as far as the cooling of the blood that you observed around the stroke, you said you observed that area with this photograph as well.
Yes.
But again, laser pointer where in this photograph.
They're right around in this general area.
I'm sorry for looking at the lights like that. You know, may I approach this to retrieve that? light?
Yes.
I have no further questions for this witness at this time.
Look at
Examination.
Thank you, Your Honor.
look at Karen Reed's face. Well, a moment ago, she actually looked quite down, quite defeated.
Firefighter.
Sir, how are you?
You were coming up, I want to make sure I get the timing right. You were coming off of nearly a 24-hour shift when you got the call.
No, sir. I was reporting for duty that morning.
Just starting the shift when you got the call. Understood.
So what are you trying to do there? What are you trying to do in the very first thing? Oh, you worked a 24-hour shift, so you were really exhausted. You didn't know what you were seeing. Oh, no. Actually, I was just starting my shift. Damn. Okay, so that didn't work. Let's try something else.
I want to ask one quick question that you mentioned just a couple of seconds ago under questioning by Mr. Lally. With regard to the clothing the normal protocol for clothing that's removed from a patient? Yes, you said it's oftentimes just sort of discarded onto the floor.
In terms of in the ambulance or at the hospital?
Either one.
Yes.
Okay. Both?
So typically, when we remove clothing in the back of the ambulance, it's generally done with trauma shears. So we will.
So now it's trying to attack protocol. So you were supposed to do this or you're supposed to do that, right?
Expose and then kind of fold over. That clothing is then usually left in place. We'll do a quick roll just to check the back of the patient, and then he's usually rolled back if there's nothing found, and it's typically left there. In terms of like big puffy jackets, if you cut a puffy jacket, it just makes quite the mess. So yeah, exactly. It's a disaster. So typically those bigger jackets are just removed, and that is when we.
No, what I like so far is this is not the kind of witness that you can kind of dictate to. And you've noticed already the witness is addressing things specifically, assertively. That's kind of putting the lawyer on the back foot. It is early. Let's see if the lawyer is able to wrong foot the witness, which is what he's going to try and do. Let's also see if the witness begins to sort of stutter, if he's caught out in something serious, a serious criticism of what he did or what he didn't do.
When we removed that type of article of clothing, that's when we noticed that his hands were quite rigid.
Yeah, absolutely.
Case,
correct.
Removed the big heavy jacket, discarded it, got it away from the body so you could better assess the injuries.
Correct.
And it was only then, after you removed this big heavy winter coat, that you could assess that his hands were stiff and cold.
We noted the hands, but they came more into light, if you will, when we.
So just a quick comment. He's wearing a winter coat and he's got wounds to his arm under that. Now, this is the part I don't understand. How can a dog bite into the arm in the way that it's supposed to have happened? A dog, right? Through a thick winter coat. Those look like the sort of wounds you would get with a bare arm. I'm talking about from a dog. Whereas if something very heavy like a vehicle went over, then it wouldn't have any problem making those sorts of piercing kind of scratches, if that makes sense. A dog would have trouble getting his mouth over such a thick pillow and then being able to make the sort of pressure that would create wounds like that through something that's already padded. Big difference between that and a vehicle going over an arm that's been pressed against the ground, if that makes sense.
Remove that coat.
And you have as good a memory about that as you do the rest of the scene that morning.
In terms of removing the article of clothing?
Correct.
I did not remove any article of clothing. I was ventilating.
It's also quite interesting that he's already brought up how good the guy's memory is. That's obviously something the defense don't like. And so maybe they can find something where he is very sure about something and they can perhaps suggest that it wasn't that way.
But you remember him having the big jacket on.
Correct.
Okay. And you remember that as well as you remember the other specifics of the incident.
Yes.
When responding to a scene, I want to dovetail on the same subject, but just come at it in a little bit different way if you indulge me. When responding to a scene, one of your jobs has to be to sort of immediately take note of and assess the situation of the patient that you're dealing with, correct? Motorcycle accident is going to be very different than a drowning.
Exactly.
Someone in this case exposed in a snowbank, you're going to deal with or assess and note the weather.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yes.
You're also going to note and assess the condition of the patient.
Correct.
As it pertains to the weather.
Yes.
So someone, for instance, that's in a snowbank naked,
mm-hmm.
no clothes on at all is going to be a little bit different assessment than someone who's completely dressed for winter, correct?
The initial assessment, but every patient is going to be automatically circulation, airway, breathing.
Understood.
We approached this individual the exact same way. It's automatically went directly to cardiac. Make sure.
I guess what I'm asking is, your attention is focused on some of the details for sure.
Correct.
And that's how you remember that big heavy coat that he was wearing, correct?
I remember he was appropriately dressed. Correct.
Okay. As a matter of fact, you testified to that in the grand jury, that quote unquote, he had a heavy coat on.
Yes.
Consistent with how you're testifying today. Is that right?
Correct.
Ron, I'd like to mark 2 photographs as next in order.
I guess that's going to be clarified now. Where did the heavy coat come from?
It doesn't matter so much the number, but why don't you just show the prosecutor the photos?
161 and 162 in order. May I approach?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to ask you first of all whether or not you recognize what's depicted in those photos.
Honestly, sir, I couldn't recall the exact, but yep.
Did you recognize it?
Yes.
Does that appear to be what John O'Keefe is wearing?
I don't recall, sir, to be perfectly honest.
May I approach him?
Yes.
We would too, Pauline. We kind of got a glimpse of the photos there.
Being part of, let me ask it a different way. Do you remember somebody cutting this off of John O'Keefe at the time?
I remember the clothing being removed.
Okay. If you don't remember this clothing.
I could say that he had clothing removed, but I couldn't tell you exactly what it was.
And you just looked at these. This, what I'm holding in my hand, appears to be the front and back of a.
So don't hold it up to him from that distance where he said he doesn't recognize it. You can put it back in front of him.
Park the
Don't hold it
car
up
in
to
the
jury,
yard.
please.
May I?
Yes.
That appeared to be a thin cotton hoodie.
Yeah, that appears to be a thinner layer of clothing.
May I approach? Not a heavy coat.
Those are just items of clothing. There's not too much to see there. Corinne, if you adore Boston, I should really visit Boston.
On your mind when you were out of that scene, correct?
In terms of just the cut.
Saving a man's life.
Correct.
That's your credentials are impressive. You were there focused on one thing, and that is trying to make sure that a man did not die.
Correct.
Would you agree that that was your primary concern and your primary focus the entire time you were at the scene?
Correct.
You weren't necessarily worried about what other individuals were doing, correct?
No.
If I asked you right now off the top of your head, tell me exactly the number of law enforcement officers that were there at the scene. Probably couldn't tell me, could you?
No.
If I asked you whether or not you remember every single civilian that was at the scene, probably couldn't tell me, correct?
Outside of the 3?
Outside of the 3.
Correct.
Any other civilians?
Not that I noted.
Is this relevant?
Matter of fact, you can't even.
That's not his job to know any of this.
The 3 civilians, other than generally middle-aged, 40s, Caucasian, female.
Correct.
Said all 3 of them sort of looked alike, right?
Without the only defining feature on one of the individuals was one of the individuals did have blood on their face.
So some of the specifics of that scene, you didn't pay special note to, correct?
No, we were focused on patient care.
Is it fair to say?
I don't mean to be stupid, but it's like trying to find anything that you don't know. So it's almost like a police officer enters the home and the television is on. Do you remember what show was on? No, I don't. You don't know what show was on? No. I was actually there to investigate the crime scene, not to watch television. He's there to save a life. Right? That's his job. So why does he even need to? Why is he even being asked these questions?
That specifically as it pertains to what the victim was wearing, your memory might be a little faulty where that's concerned.
Sure.
I mean, nothing wrong with that. You were focused on something completely different.
Correct.
You did notice certain injuries on Mr. O'Keefe's person, correct?
Correct.
And you indicated on direct examination that once you got him into the back of the ambulance, you, as you put it, you had a quote unquote much better picture of what you were dealing with. Is that right?
Correct.
You testified at the grand jury that you noted that once he was in the back of the ambulance, under better lighting, you were able to tell that he had trauma to the right side of his head.
Correct.
Is that right?
Yes.
Are you talking about the major trauma that he suffered to the back of his head, or the egg that you earlier described?
I was more just because it was directly in front of me. It was on the front side of his head.
Okay, so it wasn't the right side of his head. If you said right side of your head, you might point above your ear, right?
Correct,
That's not
yes.
what you're talking about.
I would, and if, to use my person, I would say right here. So more towards the right, above his right eye.
Right of center, but still on the front of his head.
Correct.
And you did not make any note of another injury on the back of his head.
No.
He had a bit of a big gulp there.
You talked about the injuries to the right side of his arm, correct?
Correct.
You noted that those injuries appeared to be scratches.
Yes.
That's your word, not mine, right?
Correct.
That is what he said.
You didn't say that those were blunt force trauma.
No.
You didn't say that they were abrasions.
Scratches and abrasions, in my point of view, seem to go hand in hand.
But the
Well-
word that you used was scratches.
Yes, they were like furrows down,
Say that again?
furrows, if you will, for lack of a better term. Just
I don't understand that word.
Thank you.
like, so if you remove something,
Yes.
like you create a furrow in the skin. Is that?
Furrows.
Yes, there you go. Sorry. Excuse my
It's funny. I know what a furrow is. The lawyer's like, what is that? And it's certainly not what he wanted to hear.
I want to hear story. I'm so sorry. Boy, that one.
I don't know if that was hilarious, but anyway.
Somewhere.
Hey, my cousin Vinny.
Got it. All right. So when you said furrows, you made your hand in almost like a claw and drug it against your right biceps.
Objection.
Sustained.
Yeah, I must say that is very opportunistic from the defense. You made your hand almost like a claw. Oh, did the dog do that? With the dog's claw paw? Do dogs have claws?
Repeat the movement that you did with yours, and you said furrows.
Objection.
Sustained. Just move on to the next question.
You would agree that a very common cause of a hematoma over one's eye is being hit or punched.
Correct.
Is that right?
Yes.
You said that Mr. O'Keefe did have such a hematoma over his right eye, correct?
Yes.
Did you also see a laceration under the eyebrow but above the lid on his right eye?
I don't recall.
Did you see a laceration on Mr. O'Keefe's nose?
I don't recall.
You did note that there was some blood on his nose, correct?
Correct.
Is that possible that came from a small laceration?
Yes.
In your experience, well, let me ask you another question. Did it look like he had, in addition to the egg on the right side of his head,
Mhm.
In the front, did it also have a black eye on the left side?
If memory serves correct, yes.
So both eyes were blackened.
Primarily the right side, if memory serves.
Okay. And the laceration for the right side,
Yes.
of the right eye. Are those injuries that you just described consistent or inconsistent with some sort of physical altercation?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
What is I'm a little bit surprised that they are not looking at autopsy photos. I mean, why are you trying to remember the injuries to his face when surely they took photos of the injuries to his face? Why do you need to speculate on whether there was a cut? Was there a cut or wasn't there? Well, the photo would show that.
Next question.
Now, that's also a very good point from Leo, and I must say, I've seen that in the autopsy photos of Reeva Steenkamp, it looks like bruising. If you have internal hemorrhage, brain hemorrhage, it can look like blue eyes. It can look like bruised eyes. So it seems like the prosecution are sleeping a little on this particular point, but anyway.
Did it appear to you, just from your initial assessment, given your experience, training, and background, that those injuries looked like you'd been in a fight?
Objection.
I'll see counsel at sidebar.
So there you have the judge basically stopping everything. You can see how the defense are dancing around on a little tightrope that the judge is not countenancing. She's not putting up with. And I predict that this is going to happen again and again and again and again. The defense are going to try and dance as much as they can, as far as they can, and the judge is going to try and rein them in, but it's going to be kind of a tug of war. If you ask me, what do you think is the judge's position on this case? Is there a conspiracy, or is there something else that happened? What do you think the judge's feelings are on this, given the way that she's already been reacting? Right? What do you think? Why do you think the judge is being so cautious? Do you think it's because she thinks that it's what's the word? Legitimate. You think the judge in this case thinks the defense is entirely legitimate? I find that very illuminating, because I must say I didn't really cover any of the motions, and so I don't really like covering that in trials. I want to see the evidence, and I want to hear the arguments. I don't really want to hear the arguments leading up to the arguments, kind of thing. Pauline says, I think she wants to keep the speculation out of her courtroom. Anyway, let's see if she's back on. I must say, this is a very, very damaging witness for Karen, if not the most damaging witness. Karen she's not looking at the camera, not even slightly looking at the camera. She looks a little haunted at the moment, doesn't she? She's got to be quite concerned. Is the judge going to allow her defense to kind of get a foothold here? Anyway, it looks like they're back.
Thank you, sir. Great. In your experience as obviously a training firefighter, some of the word again that you used.
Field training officer or preceptor.
Thank you. As a field training officer, have you seen in your experience the product or the injuries that can be produced from fist fights? Okay. Injuries to the face?
Yes.
Injuries to the mouth? Yes. Injuries to the nose? Yes. Ears?
Yep.
To the eyes? Defensive wounds on the hands?
Yes.
Did you note we've already talked about, I don't want to go over all this again. You've already noted what the injuries to the face were that you saw Mr. O'Keefe having suffered.
Yes.
Were those consistent or inconsistent with a physical altercation?
I couldn't say.
Were they consistent or inconsistent?
That's quite interesting. So yeah, he's being asked point blank, did he look like he was beat up? And the guy answers, I can't say.
Consistent with being in a fight?
I couldn't say.
Is that egg over his right eye consistent or inconsistent with him having been punched or hit?
I couldn't say.
I thought you said that one of the common causes of an egg like that, a hematoma, as you put it, over someone's eye, is being hit or punched.
There's quite a few reasons that somebody could get an egg, such as that over their head there. I mean, you can get hit with a golf ball, for instance.
So you can see here the lawyer wants to stop him because he's just made a little bit of progress, and the guy's, like I say, is an assertive witness. He's pushing back. Now, what's really interesting with this witness is his job is dealing with injured people, and you can see he's not going to concede that it looks like the guy was beat up. And so that in his opinion, you can tell it's not something like that, which I think is interesting.
I'm not asking you to the exclusion of everything else.
Yeah.
I'm asking you, is it consistent?
It's consistent. It could be.
And the other injuries as well.
Correct.
Okay. Did you see bruising to the back of one or both of his hands?
His hands were, as stated, they were very cold and very white. They were not well perfused. And when you don't have adequate perfusion, swelling and smaller injuries don't typically present themselves, if you will.
So you may not have seen it.
Correct.
The breathing may have been there.
It might have been there. It just wasn't observable just due to the condition of his hands.
Just made over.
Yes.
Okay. You indicated that you were not present when your colleague, Katie McLaughlin, was questioning anybody at the scene, correct?
Correct.
She's tasked with that responsibility, but you did not engage with her.
Correct.
Meaning, when I say engage with her, you weren't standing there with her.
No, I was in the back of the ambulance.
Okay. You claim to have heard this statement, I hit him,
Yes.
several times from the woman with blood on her face.
Correct.
You indicated that she was erratic,
Correct.
hysterical.
Correct.
You said, for lack of a better term, running around in circles.
Yes.
She seemed despondent or distraught,
Very distraught.
very upset.
Yes.
Was she saying anything else that you recall?
To me, I heard I hit him, and then I went back, obviously continuing on patient care, focusing on patient care.
Did you hear her say, could I hit him?
I heard I hit him.
That's what you believe at this point.
That's what I heard.
Okay.
So a nice little needle there from the defense. So that's what you believe you heard. And then he corrects him by saying, that's what I heard. Did you guys catch that?
Where exactly were you?
I was crouched at the head.
Asked that exact question at the grand jury, correct? To describe where you were and who was doing what.
To my knowledge, yes.
Okay. You were asked the question when you spoke to her and she said, I hit him. Were you with the other representatives, sir, there at the time? Were there other people around you? You remember being asked that question by a grand juror?
I don't recall.
Do you remember answering, no, there were other people around me. I had paramedics Flamati with me. I believe firefighter Kelly was there as well.
Correct. So the three of us were all providing patient care around Mr. O'Keefe.
And you indicated that we were all there together. You were kneeling and you were doing the airway while you called him Tony.
That's Anthony Tony. Yes.
All right. He was doing the CPR, correct?
Correct.
And it's absolutely clear in your mind that when that statement was made, you were knelt down over Mr. O'Keefe. Flamati was doing CPR. Kelly was with you guys, and you posed the question.
A bit of a gulp there.
Do you know him? Correct?
Correct.
Okay. So I want to make sure I understand this. You said, as you're knelt down, do you know him? Directly to the female, and she answered your question with, I hit him.
Yes.
But that's not what you told Trooper Proctor in a February 8th interview.
Okay. I don't recall what I told Trooper Proctor.
Let's start at the beginning. Do you remember having a conversation with Trooper Proctor on February 8th?
I do.
That was obviously much closer in time than your grand jury testimony, correct?
Correct.
And years closer in time than your testimony now.
Correct.
Do you
Another
recall on
goal.
February 8th, telling Trooper Proctor that while you were rendering aid, you heard Karen say, "I hit him," to another female on the scene?
To another female, as I stated, I heard several times I hit him. In terms of who that was directed towards, I mean, again, focused on patient care.
Understood. My question was a little bit different. Do you recall telling Trooper Proctor specifically that while you were rendering aid, you heard Karen say, "I hit him," to another female on the scene, and the other female told Karen to be quiet?
I do recall that.
Okay.
That's interesting.
That's not what you testified to today, though.
Okay.
Matter of fact, that story has changed to you posed a question
Mhm.
and she answered your question. Correct?
Correct.
So which is it?
So when ventilating a patient, typically that is also used to gather information from bystanders, because as I'm ventilating, I can real quick look around. Do you know this individual? Do you know anything about this individual? That's fairly typical for any scenario in this. It's a very quick information gathering strategy.
But you'll agree that your testimony today has changed from what it was in your statement to Trooper Proctor on February 8th.
I don't know if it would so much say change, sir. To be honest, I don't fully recall that meeting with Mr. Proctor.
So you don't.
I remember meeting with him. However, I don't fully remember what was discussed.
So it's fair to say that your memory is a little bit faulty as it pertains to that time frame.
Absolutely.
It's a nice concession the defense got there.
When you went to the hospital with the patient, did you ever inform any of the doctors or nurses or medical professionals at the hospital that you had heard a female claim to have hit John O'Keefe, and that's the reason for his injuries?
I did not give the report to the hospital.
So the answer to that is no. As a first responder and a medical professional yourself, obviously you know that the cause and manner of the victim's injuries are incredibly important as it pertains to assessing how to treat that patient.
Correct.
Once you got back to the station and to take a breath, did you write any report?
I did not. No, I did not write the patient care report.
So you didn't write a report, just to finish my question, you didn't write a report that said, by the way, while I was out at the scene, I heard a female say, "I hit him," and that's the cause and manner of injuries.
Not to my knowledge.
Well, you would know if you wrote a report that said that,
Correct.
and you did not.
I did not write the patient care report.
At any time,
Somebody else
that
did,
day
right?
or any day subsequent thereto, did you contact the Canton Police Department, first responders?
I did not.
So let me finish my question and say, by the way, just so you know, I heard this woman say, "I hit him" out the scene.
I did not.
Did you ever, on that day or any day subsequent thereto, contact the Massachusetts State Police to say, "I heard this person say I hit him"?
I did not.
So the first time you ever repeated that statement was on February 8th with Trooper Proctor.
Correct.
And by the time we've come full circle to today, that statement has now pivoted.
In terms,
You didn't hear it from, you didn't overhear the person say it to a female. Now she's talking directly to you now.
she spoke directly to me, yes.
Have you, just one last point. You've obviously noted that this case has gotten an enormous amount of notoriety, correct?
Correct.
How many times would you say that you've discussed this case and this incident with your fellow firefighters?
It's brought up around the station semi-frequently. However, being involved in it, we try to stay clear of it just because we are involved in it.
So the answer is, there've been many discussions,
Yes,
probably daily.
frequently.
Have any of those discussions helped you with what you earlier described as a little bit about faulty memory around that time?
Objection.
You can have that. Have they?
Repeat the question for me, sir.
Sure. Have any of those discussions helped you with what you were
Repeat it.
describing?
Say it again.
The memories that I have and the ones that I'm bringing up, I don't believe that they've changed. You know, I've played them over in my head to the best of my ability, and I don't believe my story is swayed. If they've been enunciated incorrectly on my part, that it wasn't intentional.
Understood.
Yeah.
Nobody's passing aspersions. Yeah. Memory's a funny thing. So your memory is as good about that as it is about that winter cup.
Yes, sir.
Thanks. That's all I have.
Mr. Lally?
I must say that was quite a sneaky, clever ending from the defense there, comparing it to the winter coat. I do. Well, let me ask you guys, what do you think overall about the strength of his testimony? How damaging is it to the defense? Is it damaging 1 out of 10, 5 out of 10, 10 out of 10? What do you guys think? Iceland, good to see you here.
No, when it comes to being asked about consistency of causality as far as different injuries that you observed on this road, correct?
Phrase that for me.
Sure. Poorly phrased, someone. So you would have been asked on cross-examination about some things that the injuries you observed on this road would be consistent with as far as having been the cause of it, correct?
Correct.
How many sort of myriad of other causalities, or how many myriad of other sort of things could have also been a cause of the injury that you observed?
As stated, a lot. It's not typically just physical altercations. It could be, again, a golf ball could hit you in the head. That could cause similar injuries.
Just for clarity purposes, when you were asked about think of a time frame, were you talking about the time frame of January 29th, or were you talking about the time frame of February 8th when you met with the trial?
Sorry, sir, rephrase that for me.
Let me withdraw that and move on to something else. So what, just again, for clarity purposes, when you were asked about some statements that were attributed to you to Trooper Proctor during it, correct?
Correct.
And so with regard to what you recall different, is it the statement that the person, female with the blood on her face, made to you, or the statement of the other female telling that person to be quiet?
So as stated, real quick, down and dirty, I asked, do you know this person? To which I hit him. And then in the background, I remember hearing over and over, I hit him. That was kind of pushed towards the back, and patient care took priority.
And someone
That answers your question.
someone actually told her to be quiet.
Do you recall specifically if this?
Quite interesting that he asked, do you know him? And instead of saying yes, he said, I hit him. It's quite interesting that.
The other statements that you were asked about as far as whether or not the other female told that female to be quiet.
I do remember that, correct.
The other statement as far as the female with blood on her face, yeah, that was the differentiating character between the females that you observed there, correct?
Correct.
And your memory of that statement is, I hit him, correct?
Correct.
Nothing further.
All right, Mr. Nuttall, you are all set, sir.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, everybody.
Mr. Lally, to
What a
sign?
talkative guy.
Yes. Now, the Commonwealth will call Mr. Anthony Flamati to the stand.
Now, I think he's the colleague of this firefighter. He was another guy on the scene. As far as I know, he didn't hear those words, but who knows, maybe he did. Karen's got her hand in front of her mouth, glancing at her lawyer. She probably is quite concerned.
Raise your right hand. Help us with the evidence you give the court and the jury in the case now and hearing to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Lawler.
I don't think it's.
Could you, please, state your name and spell your last name, please?
Name is Anthony Flamati, last name spelled Flematti.
They didn't live in the house.
I'm a acting lieutenant at this time for the Canton Fire Department.
His colleague.
How long in total have you worked for the Canton Fire Department?
Got hired in 2015, July 2015, so coming up on 10 years.
And prior to working with the Canton Fire Department, what if any other work you have with them sort of the same field?
So in the same field, I worked for the Athol Fire Department for a few years, hired in 2012, March 2012 until July of 2015. So just transfer departments.
And even prior to working with the ACO Fire Department, did you work as an EMT anyway?
Yep. So I worked as an EMT for American Medical Response out of Springfield and Holyoke. Worked for Fallon Ambulance. Started basic level of EMT around 2008, and then just different private ambulance companies around the state.
Just starting with the EMT side of it first, what if any training received, what education did you receive prior to getting your certification?
The different level of certifications for EMT. The EMT basic starts out with about 6 months, a couple nights a week for about, like I said, about 6 months. Take a certification, practical and written examination for that to get your basic level, and then you move on to the paramedic level of schooling as well.
Describe to the jury a little bit about sort of what that paramedic level of schooling.
So the paramedic schooling starts, it's about 12 to 14 months, depends on the program, which school you go to. Night school 2 to 4 times a week for about 14 months, and then you start going into a clinical phase where you go into the different operating rooms, emergency rooms, OB/GYN, cardiac CCU, ICU. You do about 300 hours of education in that. Once you've completed a bunch of skill checkoffs under the supervision of an RN or a doctor, depending on the room, you would then clear that section of your schooling and then move on to a ride time phase, which is about 200 to 300 hours, depending on skills, what you need. That would be either in a fire department or a private EMS under the preceptorship of a senior paramedic that would kind of walk you through how to do the job and shadow you and supervise that you're doing things appropriately. You do that for about 200 or 300 hours. You write up different documentation, basically learning how to do it out of the clinical set and then more in the field set. After that, you would, whatever job you have at that point, you would do an additional practical assessment, again, about 6 or 7 different stages of evaluation for physical skills. Then you would do a written test, again, with the state. At that time, it was the state, Massachusetts, to certify you as a paramedic. Then after that, they have another 2 to 6 month preceptorship within the department to acclimate you to the physical location that you're working at.
And so there's a written portion and practical portion, both EMT as well as the paramedic training.
Yes, that's correct.
And successfully completed that and received certification.
Yes.
No certifications, are they something that is just sort of a one-time blessing, or is that something that has a continuing educational component and recertification?
That's correct. So every 2 years, we have to do a 48-hour refresher. So it's continuing education classes as far as national core curriculum classes that the national standard holds us to. So it covers different topics that they mandate that we cover every 2 years.
And your certification is up to date at this point, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
You mentioned that you're currently a lieutenant with the Canton Fire Department, is that correct?
Yes.
And how long have you been, have you had the rank of lieutenant?
I'm a temporary acting lieutenant, so I've been that since, I believe it was February
up till this time.
And within the town of Canton, how many fire station or firehouses do you have?
So we have two different stations, headquarters and station 2, that we operate over.
Do you work specifically one or does it sort of rotate?
Depends on the rank. So as a firefighter, we rotate through the different positions, or different stations. As the lieutenant, I'm the lieutenant right now at Station 1, so headquarters,
Where is Station 1 located?
99 Revere Street.
And within, with respect to each of the two station houses, how many sort of different vehicles and apparatus are located?
So we have, depends on what's obviously in service for mechanical issues and stuff, but we have a primary engine, a backup engine. We try to have at each station. We have 1 tanker truck, 2 ladder trucks. We have 2 primary ambulances and then a backup ambulance as well. So we try to have at least 1 engine, 1 ambulance, 1 ladder at each station, and then we'll have the backup pieces for that. And I believe our tanker truck right now, or our water truck, is out of Station 2.
And Station 2, where is that located?
7 Sassamon Street.
Now, as far as sort of shift, how many people are assigned to? When you're assigned to, let me ask you this: when you have a shift, what hours is that shift sort of?
So for shifting or shift work, it's 8 a.m. to 8 a.m. the next day. So we're 24-hour shifts. We'd have a 24 period off from work, another 24, and then we're off for 5 days.
And when you're assigned to a certain shift for that 24-hour period, are you assigned to a sort of specific duty or truck, or how does that work?
We're usually just assigned to a specific position for either the 10-hour or the 14, depending on rotations, overtime, that kind of stuff. But we're usually assigned to an individual piece or individual position for that shift, at least, whether it's a day shift or the whole 24.
And so starting with just ambulance, if you're assigned to the ambulance, how many people and what are the different roles?
So the ambulance, we would have 2 people assigned to the ambulance. We rotate either through seniority or through care level, whether paramedic, EMT. If you're both paramedics, then it would go by seniority and swap back and forth for call volume and teching, who's in charge of the call. And then we would also cross man with the ladder as well. So depending on the call that comes in for service, we would either, on a fire call, we could take the ladder, medical call, we could take the ambulance.
And with respect to the engine, how is that sort of divvied up, or what are the different roles on it?
So with the engine, if we have full staff of 13 members, we would have 4 people on the engine. If there's a couple people off vacation, that type of thing, we could do, it's the driver, step, and then the lieutenant in charge of the engine.
If I could turn your attention to January 28th into the evening of January 28th and the morning of January 29th, were you working on that occasion?
Yes.
Okay. Working 8 a.m. on the 28th until 8 a.m. on the 29th.
Friday going into Saturday.
Which firehouse were you working out of on that?
I believe it was Station 1 at the time.
And what was your assignment in relation to that shift, whether it was ambulance, truck, or engine? Whatever?
That would have been ambulance 1.
And who, if anyone else, was assigned to ambulance 1 along with you?
At the time, I was working with Matthew Leahy, not Leahy, sorry, Matthew Kelly. We have a lot of similar names.
And what, if any, disparity was there between sort of the experience that you had versus the experience that Kelly had?
So Mr. Kelly had just started with the department at the BLS level at the EMTB, probably 2 or 3 months prior. I had just finished up his preceptorship, getting him onboarded as a new hire EMT, so very minimal experience at that time.
So fair to say, any sort of medical calls, you would have been sort of what they call the lead paramedic. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, with reference to that particular time frame, 28, 29, what, if anything, were you aware of as far as sort of weather forecasts?
And so leading into that shift, I knew there was a storm coming, and I had always lived a good distance away from work. So I would try and tie overtime shifts in so I wouldn't have to commute more than once back and forth. But with the storm coming, wanted to not have to drive into the weather. So I picked up overtime the night before that shift.
And about what time did you arrive?
The night before, I arrived at 6 p.m. 6 p.m. is the start of the shift.
And so we were essentially on shift for a relatively significant period of time leading into the morning of the 29th, right?
That's correct. And, you mentioned that there was a storm that was forecasted. What, if anything else, do you recall about sort of what type of storm or what was predicted?
Predicted it was going to be a pretty significant storm, heavy winds, heavy snow. Not something I wanted to drive in the morning. So if the opportunity arose, I took the opportunity.
So this is, I think, the fourth or fifth witness to say effectively the same thing, that the weather that night was significant, that the conditions that night were extreme. So again, if you hear anyone saying, I don't know, whatever people say, 6 inches of snow is not a lot, there wasn't a lot of snow. No, there was. There was a significant weather event that night.
Overtime for that night. What did it turn out to be as far as?
Exactly as predicted. We hadn't gotten much snow up until about midnight or so, and then snow developed since pretty much then on.
In a moment, I'm going to ask you about a call around 6 a.m., but just if I could take you back a little bit before that, over sort of the overnight shift, did you have any dispatches or calls that you responded to, say, after midnight but prior to 6 a.m.?
I don't believe so. I don't recall how many calls were prior to that. That one's kind of the key of the night.
So you mentioned sort of, what if any memory do you have as far as like sort of when it started to snow?
It would have been after 10 p.m. for sure, but I'm not sure exactly.
Now, turning your attention to a little bit after 6 a.m., you get a dispatch for a medical call, correct?
Correct.
And just prior to that, what about time did you sort of get up, rise, and sort of, start doing things around the station?
So shift change usually happens around 8 a.m. in the morning. It takes a while to get everything ready for normal business hours. We try and get the station prepped for public that come into the building or just people passing, going around. We try to prepare the sidewalks, the apron. So we get up around 5:30, if depending on call volume throughout the night. Sometimes we're up throughout the whole night. But we got up that morning around 5 to shovel, snow blow, salt the public walkways, etc.
And specifically when it comes to the apron, that's sort of the area in front of the garage doors, is that correct?
That's correct.
And so why is it so important to sort of clear off the apron as far as snow?
So as far as in front of the apparatus doors, it's a very limited height clearance between the top of the fire apparatus and the actual garage bay doors. So a few inches of snow would be enough to cause us to bump into the ceiling of the apparatus garage doors. So we have to keep that relatively almost bare to be able to pull the apparatus out without causing any damage.
And about what time was it that you and the other firefighters at your station started to sort of clear off the parking lot, the apron, or anything else as well as snow?
I'd say about 5:15, 5:30.
And at the time that you get this call, shortly after 6 a.m., about how much snow was on the ground at that point?
It's probably 4 to 6 inches.
And this dispatch that comes in shortly after 6 a.m., what was the dispatch in regard to it, and where were you dispatched?
We didn't have much information going out the door, just that there was a man on the side of the road. And we, due to the weather, there could be a significant call. So.
Before I leave and depart on that just for 1 second, when it comes to when you're outside sort of shoveling off the apron and clearing some of the parking lot, in addition to the snow, what if anything else do you know as far as sort of weather conditions, visibility, things like that?
So visibility was extremely poor. High winds, probably 20, 30 mile an hour winds. Temperature probably in the 20s with still actively snowing at that time.
And the wind to the
That's accurate.
Something that was just sort of a gust, or was it sort of
Sustained winds and then probably gusts as well.
And so you receive this dispatch, and I'm presuming get in the ambulance and go, correct?
Correct.
If anyone is in the ambulance with you when you respond?
So responding in, I had myself, Matthew Kelly, and firefighter Nuttall had come in early as well to try and beat the storm and get in on time, as he was scheduled to come in at 8 a.m. that morning anyways. but with the heavy snow, wanted to make sure he could get in and be able to relieve the people coming off.
Within the ambulance, where was everybody sort of situated on route to the call?
I believe Matthew Kelly was driving, I was in the passenger seat, and Nuttall was in the back truck.
And as far as during the course of your going from patient one to the scene on Fairview Road, what if anything did you note as far as sort of the road condition, visibility as that?
So that neighborhood is actually relatively close to the station, so you normally get there in a couple minutes, but it was slow driving over there. So I remember going pretty slow to get over to the scene.
And as far as this particular time of day, what was sort of the lighting like at that point? Had the sun come up or anything like that?
Sun had not come up yet. It was still dark, heavy winds, heavy snow, so visibility was almost zero.
And as far as what if any other sort of apparatuses from your station were dispatched to this call as well at the same time?
So the other call would have been, or the other vehicle would have been engine 3. And, just engine 3, car 5 will sometimes go. That's the shift commander for the department, depending on the nature of the call, how it comes in, and the ambulance. So it would have been the 3 apparatus.
Do you recall who, if anyone, was in either car 5 or the engine?
So car 5 would have been, at the time, Captain Wendell Robery. And the engine, it would have been Frank Walsh, Katie McLaughlin, and the lieutenant for the engine was Greg Woodbury.
And you mentioned it took a little bit longer than without the weather to get to Fairview Road. Is that correct?
That's correct.
If you have any idea of approximately how much time elapsed between the time that you received the call and the time that you arrived on?
I'd have to.
Okay, so we are going into the last 5 to 10 minutes of today's session. I really hope we get to the point where he's asked, what did Karen say? What is her demeanor? Let's hopefully we get at least to that point.
Refer to the EMS report. That is going to be more accurate, but I believe it's 5 or 6 minutes.
And to that point, with any call, there's an EMS report that's prepared by who is it prepared by?
So it's usually the person who texts the call or is in charge of the call. This was an ALS level call, so it would have been myself.
You wrote as far as the report in relation to EMS arrival, and within that is sort of different times that things happen along the way, correct? And the times that are noted within that report, is that something?
So in a sense, he's the most senior dude. He's responsible for writing the report. And so let's see what's in that report. Let's see whether the defense can find some thread to pull on or not. This guy also seems quite not just professional, but he seems quite on the ball, doesn't he?
As it's happening, or is that something that you go back and figure out?
So as we're going through the call and radio messages are sent, that's all documented on a third party that documents timestamps, things like that. As far as on scene, transport, clear from the hospital, that type of thing. It's all third party documented.
And folks, with us, Sean?
Yes.
Showing you what's been marked as considered 160.
Okay, looks like we're about to see
Typically turning to 7
an exhibit. I think it's the report.
that portion of the report, sir.
Yes.
Okay. First and foremost, before you go to 160, that's your report, correct?
Correct.
And on that right column of the 7th page, what, if anything, do you see with regards to this?
So we have our dispatch time 6:06 and route time 6:07. On scene 6:14, at patient 6:15, and we are transported from that scene at 6:27 and arrived at destination at the hospital 6:45.
That destination hospital would have been Good Samaritan Medical Center, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, if you could, going back to sort of your dispatch from the station house to Fairview Road. Can you describe sort of the path as far as what direction, what route we took to go from one to the other?
Yep, so from Revere Street, we've come out, taken a right onto Revere Street, gone to the end of that road, taken a left on Sherman, driven all the way up to Chapman Street, taken a right on Chapman Street, gone up to Fairview Street, and then taken a left on that. That would brought us down to the address.
And as you're coming down Fairview, are you familiar with that area?
Yes.
And so as you're coming down Fairview, is there any kind of grade or elevation to the roadway as you're coming down?
Yep, so that is a downhill towards about halfway down the road, so a pretty good grade that's coming downwards.
And the address that you responded to, the 34 Fairview Road, when you're coming from the direction that you were coming off Chapman, is that a residence that's on your left or right or something?
That would have been on the left.
And when you arrive on scene, what, if any, other sort of vehicles or apparatuses do you observe beyond sort of what you've already described?
So we had the fire apparatus. There's another vehicle, bystander vehicle, that was on scene as well. I don't recall if police were on scene at that time, but.
And when you first sort of pull up to the scene, what, if anything, is it that you observe even prior to getting out of the truck?
So as we're pulling up to the scene, see two female parties, non-uniform personnel, that were going back and forth between the body and the side of the street, back and forth. Looked like appeared to be a female party that was pushing on his chest and then going back and forth between the other female party and the patient.
And again, so when you first sort of pull up, you're able to see the body on the ground. Is that correct?
It was, yes, you could see a body, but it was very hard to see that distance away.
And do you recall any sort of like overhead or ambient lighting, street lighting, or anything like that illuminating in that area?
I don't recall.
Now,
so that's quite important because when Karen Reed was interviewed, she said that she could immediately see John, and I think she said that she could immediately see that he was dead. That's what I remember from that interview. I did post a clip of that in one of my videos on Karen Reed, and that I think is a difference to what the people on scene saw, because it wasn't as visible, it wasn't as clear, it wasn't very light, it wasn't easy to see. What's the other thing? My kind of question is, if you put Jennifer McCabe on the stand, what I would like to know is, when did they arrive on the scene? That's the first question. And then the next question is, when did Karen start performing CPR? Did she do it when the paramedics arrived? In other words, did she do it almost like with them in mind or with them in view? Or did she perform CPR before they got there? I would just be interested in the answer to that.
this individual, as far as the person on the ground, at some point we were able to subsequently identify who that was. Is that correct?
Yes.
To identify him.
So identification won't normally happen right at that bedside. That's not really relevant to initial treatment. We found out who it was when we got into the ambulance and were able to do a more thorough search once interventions had started.
So when you first arrive on scene, fair to say you're primarily or only sort of concerned with patient care, correct?
Yeah, correct.
To the point you sort of tunnel vision to the picture, correct? Yeah. You arrive on scene and you get out of the ambulance, and where is the picture?
So we then go grab all the equipment that we're going to need to work on the patient, and then we bring that equipment over to the patient side to be able to start treatment.
All right, Mr. Filmati, I'm going to stop you there. I want to stop you, Mr. Lally.
Jurors, that's it for today. We are not in session tomorrow. remind you, please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about the case, please disregard and let us know. We'll see you on Thursday morning, and Thursday will be a hot day. Thank you very much.
All right, to the court, please.
Okay, so where was I? So there's no court tomorrow, and Thursday will be a half day. It'll actually be a non-day because I won't be covering it at all Thursday, unless we leave here for Charleston this time on Thursday, but I don't think we will. So I will be sorting out the microphone situation. I'll try and sort it out today. I mean, it's something that needs to be dealt with, so I'll try and sort that out. Yeah, thanks very much to you guys for being here. Thanks very much for the super chats. Really do appreciate it. It's also wonderful having people like Liesel here, who's a lawyer who knows her way around a courtroom. We really appreciate your comments and insights, Liesel. Also to the mods, Chelsea, Iceland, Terry was also here briefly. We did miss Stephanie. It was good having you guys as well. We didn't hit the 100 mark, but it is what it is. I think you guys will agree that today was a pretty damaging day for the defense. You had quite a strong, assertive, clear-minded witness in the paramedic, and certainly how on earth do you make a police conspiracy thing stretch over to the fire department. I think you've got to have a couple of screws loose to imagine that. But anyway, who knows? Let's have a look at some of your last comments. Catherine Hargrave, I actually didn't know you were here, but good to see you. Chelsea, thanks for joining us a little bit late, but thanks anyway for being here. Thanks, Karina in Austria. I think it's your bedtime, Karina. I think it's quite late there in Austria. Christine Webb says, when did the blood get on her? Well, when she did CPR. Thanks so much, Christine Webb. Appreciate that. Christine Webb from Canada. But thank you, everyone, for the super chats. Thanks for your comments and thoughts. I don't think this is going to be I don't think it's going to be a slam dunk for the defense, but a lot does depend on the jurors. Is there a juror in this group that is basically has a bone to pick with law enforcement? Thanks a lot, Paddy. Thanks very much to you as well. Thank you. As soon as I leave Myrtle Beach, my expenses are going to shoot up. It's car hire, hotels, flights, all of that does definitely make a bit of a financial dent. Joe says, I think the fire department were much more damning than the police officers. And I must say, I find that quite fascinating. Just that fact is quite fascinating. I do think the fire department, those officers are younger, but I think they're also in some ways better trained because, they are literally dealing with life and death situations where they've got to get involved. They've got to be bright-eyed, bushy-tailed, alert, conscious of those details. In terms of trying to save a life, you've got to know exactly what's going on. And so they would be also very alert to other things going on. And so they would be very detail-oriented. So I must say, I've found it a very interesting first 2 days of trial. As you've heard, there is no trial tomorrow, but there will be a half-day Thursday, but I won't be covering that. I'm not sure when I will be back covering this. Let me think. Might be Monday. I might cover it Monday or Tuesday or something like that next week. But I may also do summaries. So I certainly will be summarizing some of the key events from trial days that are worth covering. There are also other active cases taking place. Sebastian Rogers in Tennessee, he's still missing. And then there's also, could the mother in the Madeline Soto case be charged as well? That's in Florida. That's also something that is pending, I guess. And then there's also the Suzanne Morphew case that could blow up. You could have charges in that case anytime, and perhaps within the next 2 weeks. So quite a lot is happening. I actually do want to make my way to Boston, if at all possible. Believe it or not that long from now, I'm going to be in Florida. Then I'm going to be in San Francisco. And then Boston, I mean, it's really going to the four corners of the of continental America. I could only make it more difficult, I think, if I went to Hawaii and Alaska. But anyway, again, thanks everyone for being here. If you haven't watched my video that I posted just before coming on, I saw the 4-page autopsy report, the full thing. I have posted screen grabs of those pages to a video on that. If you haven't watched it, make sure you do. Beaufort is my family's town. It's very charming. I have been there, Catherine. I have been there, and it is beautiful. Anyway, I'm going to get some lunch. I've got a feeling it's going to be from Pizza Hut. So that should be quite enjoyable. If you want to follow my journey on Instagram, you can follow me. Do I need to post? Anyone want me to post my link to my Instagram? We do that quickly. And you can follow basically where I am in America. So I am hoping to post a rocket launch early next week. So we'll see. I'm really glad I've got this afternoon to go for a swim and hopefully get a run in as well. We'll see. Thanks a lot, Cancella. I will try and have fun in Charleston. Beautiful town as well. Guys, thanks a lot for being here. Appreciate it. And I will see you guys next time. Take care.